Oh, okay, well. Welcome, everyone, to the Colonial Beach Town Council work session on Wednesday, March 1st. It is 6:02 p.m. and I will call the meeting to order. I do ask that everybody please silence your cell phone so that while anybody is speaking, we do give them the attention and respect everybody's time tonight. Thank you. Roll call of members, all members are present. There are several amendments to the agenda for mostly closed session items from council. So I will start though with a motion to amend the agenda to add under unfinished business. We'll do it as the last thing under unfinished, which is E, which is the bid award authorization for the central drainage area. And then under closed meeting, I'm gonna call on our attorney to make sure the language is right for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe you would be entertaining two motions to add to the closed meeting portion of the agenda. Would you like for me to read those
Sure.
suggested motions?
I thought there were three. I thought there were three also.
There are, one of them is on there. One of them.
No, I thought there were three more, but maybe not. Okay.
Well, one is on there and then two would be added. And then there was some mention of something else that I think you just put on the agenda. That doesn't need to
No,
be
that's the
discussed
other
or
one.
closed.
The last one, Robin, that we talked about this afternoon, wasn't that going on closed session?
Okay. Is it the ones from your email then? 2.2-3711A1? No.
That's on the agenda.
2.2-3711A3 and A8, discussion of disposition of publicly held real property located in Westmoreland County.
Yes.
And then 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual litigation where consultation of the meeting would adversely affect the town's litigating posture regarding Colonial Beach versus Camp.
Correct. And if there's a,
And there was another, did you get to ask him about the phone? When he was gonna give you.
I did, well, barely, because everybody was kind of late coming in today.
so apparently there is a fourth one, but I need to know more about it before I can come up with that.
Okay, can I add a placeholder to the agenda for that while we work on?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I am proposing a motion, do I have a second to the additions to the agenda?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion of them? All right, all in favor of the motion of the amendments?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. Ayes from everybody, is there approval of the agenda as amended? I need a motion, a second.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
there you go. And all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, I think I got ayes on it. Good. All right, moving forward. Consent agenda for the February 4th and April 6th minutes and budget amendments and appropriations packets. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on any of the consent agenda items?
Yeah, just a couple of things.
Sure.
The minutes for April, I just wanted to have something added under discussion for the tax rate analysis report. Says, at the very bottom, it says, let's see, all present members voted 6 aye and 1 nay, but it doesn't really specify the nay, so I just like to put my name down as the nay. And then I did have a question about the water on First Street, the water replacement.
Yep.
I guess this might be for Lisa. I'm just curious how it works. I'm more familiar with federal government accounting than with state and local. I know you can't necessarily typically augment your funds, like, do we have appropriated, is this all overtime and materials, or is there like regular wages in the cost estimate of the 70,000? The reason I ask is because normally if we already set aside wages for a public works employee, we wouldn't pay them twice, so we wouldn't augment our budget. So is this just in addition to the regular, or the regular wages?
I'm gonna pass that to Diana what the $70,000 is.
Okay.
So the can you hear me? It's working.
Uh.
The $70,000 was a number that was devised before I came here. I don't think we're gonna need that amount, but we transferred the whole amount just in case we would need it. The, funding that you're talking about for staffing would be regular funding that we're already paying for staff.
Okay, so that's not included in the 70,000.
It shouldn't be, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other discussion questions? Is that, okay, very clear? Okay. All right, do you want me to do a roll call vote or do? Okay. All right, we'll roll call the consent agenda.
Aye.
Tom? Mr. Ronson? Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
And aye. Excellent. All right, council member liaison and commission reports. And I will start with Mr. Wood, since you're looking at me. Don't make eye
Yeah, I didn't know whether or not to do that.
I'll call on you.
Okay, as far as the Public Works agenda, we're going to be discussing the vast majority of what's of interest here a bit later this evening. So I'll go to the 501c3. A couple of things. There are some SNAP assistance. SNAP is a food assistance program to low-income folks. That was cut by almost $200 from some of the federal programs today. So we're going to see a substantial increase to our food banks. And I just wanted to let people know what resources are available and how they can help. St. Mary's has a food bank and it gets its food from Healthy Harvest and it pays by the pound. So therefore they're able to buy more food than you can just dropping off donations and stuff. So cash or checks made out of St. Mary's Episcopal Church are typically the most cost-effective way to contribute. They also give out gift certificates for hygiene products because generally those aren't covered under SNAP benefits. They're open on the second and fourth Monday of each month from 10 to 12. There's some other churches that have food pantry as well. I didn't have time to collect all the information from them. But now is the time where we're going to have a lot of our neighbors who are going to be more in need even than they were before. Almost 10% of our citizens live below the poverty line, and that's a conservative estimate. And many of them are elderly and seniors. And so let's throw a few extra bucks the pantry's way. Now in regards to some happier stuff, our radio station WWER this month, Town Matters, has a conversation with Bill and Becky Taylor back to the new community group Neighbor to Neighbor. That's going to air March 9th to 11th. Their Your Care Partners program will run several times in March and covers topics such as compassion fatigue and dealing with a sudden hospital stay. Dr. Self Sullivan's Colonial Beach Humane Society River Dogs Dog Day at Colonial Beach was held on March 13th from 8:30 to 11 on the hill next to Dockside. Nothing says fun like a town full of dogs on the hill, right? The Colonial Beach Village has reduced membership fees to $30, and the village is accepting new members. Colonial Beach Community Foundation is having its Welcome to Colonial Beach meetup at a place near and dear to my heart, the Moose Lodge, and yours truly will be the speaker there. Colonial Beach Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, they submitted 3 Virginia tourism grants requests. The Potomac River Festival, Labor Day Arts and Crafts Festival, and the Bike Fest. The Colonial Beach Foundation was a partner for 2 of those. Chamber of Commerce Awards Dinner held on March 22nd at Wilkerson's. The EDC Economic Development Committee completed the 2023 goals in support of Economic Development Manager Kelly Evco. 2023 Spring Career Day with CB High School is being created to include interviewing and resume writing skills. And downtown Colonial Beach, the March Sip and Stroll is on the 10th on the hill. Blackburn Chalet is going to be playing. And the Virginia Department of Historic Resources is developing online walking tours in concert with the current administration's emphasis on outdoor recreation and heritage tourism. Sorry to be so long-winded, that's it for me today.
All right. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, as far as the economic development goes, haven't had a meeting yet, but we're gonna have the next meeting on the 14th of March. So I will announce that the public is actually invited to those. And previously, I didn't realize that the public was welcome to those, even as a council member, so it's good to know. I believe it's 5:30 on March 14th, the second Tuesday of every month, and they do also have availability on Zoom, so if anybody has any questions about that, can reach out to me. Thank you.
Ms. Robertson?
As far as the school system goes, they are, I'm not sure exactly what's going on tonight, but, because usually he's here. But next Wednesday is their school board meeting, and I do have a tentative meeting with him on Friday. So, I can find out more about the budget and ADN, the membership of the school, and all those teacher turnovers and different things like that. I did have the pleasure of going into Ms. Miller's room. It is Read Across America Week, and it's just so much fun to be around older kids, because I love older kids, but they were very attentive. They asked questions on the one that I had. They had a little sarcasm in it. And those of you who know me know that I never have sarcasm in me, so, but they get it. And they were absolutely delightful, so, thank you. Oh, and I did request, did I say I requested a meeting on Friday? Here, okay, that was first, all right, thank you.
Dr. Sutherland?
Yes, the Colonial Beach Redevelopment and Housing Authority has produced their annual report from 2022. And I have forwarded a copy of that to all the council members. I just did that this afternoon, so you may not have seen it yet. But basically, they have really been hustling and redefining themselves and acquiring some grants to get some strategic planning help. I would like to suggest that we invite them to do a short presentation to update us at the regular meeting or at the work session, whichever fits best on the agenda. But you do have that report. The Planning Commission had a long and very productive work session last week, and the Planning Commission directed, the outcome of that was they directed staff to make a few more modifications to the draft 23-24 Planning Commission work plan, and they'll be bringing that revised document back to the meeting next week on Thursday. And that's an open meeting. The public is very much encouraged to attend that meeting, and they will most likely be approving it and bringing it for consideration.
Mr. Mankier?
No report, but I do need to apologize publicly My head is echoing very badly and I'm having a great deal of difficulty hearing. Robin may occasionally look over here to make sure I've got what's going on, but at this point, respiratory illnesses are in vogue and it's been very difficult to set up scheduling for tests, and so I'm hoping this won't last forever.
We also hope it won't last forever. Mr. Allison.
Okay, so for Parks and Rec, the last 2 weeks, they've had several events, which was family football night, grown-up game night, and the open gyms that have been occurring every Saturday from 10 to 12. That ended this past Saturday. However, they do have new upcoming events, which is going to be the tennis pop-ups when weather's permitting. So look at our Facebook on the Parks and Rec, and also if you attend the meetings, they can determine when those pop-ups are going to be, so we can make sure that we can get people out for those. The next Parks and Rec meeting will be next Tuesday, March the 7th at 6 p.m. And they'll also have a family game night, which is March 21st. So please attend those. As far as finance, we're in budget season. Seems like we're always in budget season. But departments should have their initial budgets into the town manager at this point, and we will have multiple discussions on the budget up till we pass it. So, thank you.
All right, and I don't have any reports tonight, so I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Presentations is Officer Wendell. You're all the way in the back. So tonight is a presentation of 5 years of service for Officer Wendell. And I will tell you that I had the pleasure of witnessing Officer Wendell in action in his DARE program as Emma Feltner went through the DARE, and then they do a presentation where they invite the parents to come. And I had that DARE song stuck in my head for like months. It's extremely catchy. But you're very good with the kids, and honestly, and I don't get any complaints about you, so I appreciate everything that you do. But I just wanted to particularly note that DARE program and your work there with them, that it's noticed not just by the kids, but by their families when you bring them in to that as well. So come on up and thank you so much. 5 years of service, we're gonna work on 10, right? Keep going. 5 more. Come all the way to the front. Can you get a pen? I didn't know where the check. Did everybody hear that? Thank you. I asked Chief Deaver if I could ask you to sing the DARE song tonight. I won't, yeah, if he leaves. I won't make you do that. It is very catchy though. All right, moving forward, our space needs analysis. Creech and Associates, welcome up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Wait, hold on, make sure your light is on.
Great, can you hear me now?
Yes, beautiful, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm actually Andrew Moore with Glavine Homes Architecture. We're a firm that is partnered with Creech and Associates to do a study for the town hall for Colonial Beach. And I'm going to turn it over to my partner in crime here, Brent. He's going to speak a little bit about what Creech has been doing on the space needs analysis, and then I'll wrap us up at the end, talk a little bit about site selection. So, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand we have a presentation, perhaps? Perfect. Thank you all for the opportunity to share with you. I'm going to apologize in advance because I've heard that we have a pretty long agenda this evening, so I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest version of these 40 slides, but please feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions or comments. All right? So again, this is our agenda, and it looks really long, but I think what you're gonna find out is that it flows pretty quickly as we get through our slides for this evening. So I am Brent Green. I'm an architect. I'm a partner with Creech Associates. I know Andrew just did the introductions, so I'll save you that as well. So in the interest of time, we'll move forward, please. I wanted to talk with you all about our process. This is sort of our tried and true methodology where we work on things in parallel and use that information to overlay. So we have gone through the first 5 steps of our process. We have assessed your staff, your facilities, including the room we're in tonight. We developed a forecast, established efficient space standards, and then we have developed programs for these facilities. So that's where we are. We're at the point where we have all that information and we're ready to implement that in terms of a project on a particular site. We do some forecasting. One of the most important things we talk about is growth. You know, there's always the concern of making sure that you don't under or oversize growth. So we've developed a forecast model over the last 10 years that uses both local and sort of national metrics to identify growth potential in any community. If you go to the next slide, please. This is an eye chart, but effectively what that is a percentage chart of each of the 6 metrics that was utilized to determine the growth rate. And what that all averages out to is 0.6% per year. That takes into account census population, water accounts, sewer accounts, commercial water, local, and it's all those things combined. So we feel like that's a conservative and appropriate growth metric for us to utilize when forecasting staff growth. Thank you. So what does that mean? We take that percentage of growth, we look at your historic staff over the previous 10 years, and then we add all of those metrics together to form an average. You'll see in this instance, the average was 9, the department projection was 10, and so we've gone with the department projection of 10. This is our methodology for cross-checking and making sure that we're not over-predicting growth for any of these facilities. Thank you. So in summary, what does all that mean? It means that of the facilities that we surveyed, there are 40 current staff that work within those, and in the next 20 years, that will grow to 58. And that's really that's what that summarizes. Thank you. In terms of space standards, very important building blocks of the process that we go through. These are all modules that are efficient, that are really tried and true, and are based on hierarchy and role and position. We're proponents of open office. Everyone wants 4 walls and a door, but that's just not appropriate for everyone's role. And so we work with everyone to determine what their function really requires. Will you go to the next slide, please? Here you'll see those office standards. It starts with the city manager, a town manager, or a police chief's office at a module A, and works its way down to sort of open office modules that are 8 by 8. Again, all those are role dependent. Very efficient space standards. We looked at all your facilities, as I mentioned. We started with looking at these 3 buildings, which 5 departments span, and you'll see that big 71% number, and that just means over 20 years, the space increase we're going to see on the next slide is what the program has dictated. So you see there the administration, police department, finance and customer service. There were also some other individual spaces outside that were taken into account when we developed this program. So, existing conditions. I'm going to share with you some things you probably already know, but I'm just going to do this quickly anyway. And there's going to be a theme to this discussion, so forgive me if I come across the wrong way, but the facilities that you're occupying are not purpose-built. And what do we mean by that? We mean that you've adaptively reused facilities for the functions that you're in, right? So the town hall is in the old school. Does it convey the image of a town hall? Does the lobby portray civic presence? Those are all things that we ask as consultants, and the answer to that, probably not. It's not the most secure facility. It's wide open, it's a double-loaded corridor, and people are in classrooms. That is not conducive to inter-staff work. Everyone sort of lives in their own silo in the building. So just based on our experience and what we see typically, it has some challenges inherent to the building. And this is a plan diagram of that facility. And what we do is we look at each building individually, because on the next one of these next slides, we're going to show you a comparison of what you're in today versus what our model says you should be in. So that's why these are relevant. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we are. We're in this facility, right? It's also adaptively reused. You all have one of the most interesting data structures I've ever seen. It's sort of quasi-judicial. You all have good sight lines, but it creates almost this sort of pit environment, almost like a legal environment. And there's a certain amount of distance between the staff. Audio visual is okay, right? But I mean, there could always be better, so individuals could see. I'm gonna bring up the security question again. So forgive me for saying things while I'm standing in the room. I hope we've also fall in, but this is another one of those type of spaces that we could see some acoustical and some other improvements as we plan a new facility. Then, well, that's the plan diagram you all are all familiar with. I know the storage area has some challenges. You do have a very nice executive conference room here that is a secure access. The police department, again, the theme, right? Not a purpose-built facility, resides within the bank. Sort of hard to identify, doesn't really have any true identity as a police station. The operational type spaces they need to do their business they're just short on those. Interview rooms, evidence storage, fingerprinting, functions that should be happening in the station are being outsourced, like vehicle processing. Part of the footprint that they use on a regular basis is kind of not within currently the leased footprint. I think, like the other two facilities, the security there is certainly an issue. And I know that you've recently gotten a grant for some accreditation. There's a lot of challenges in this facility that will serve as a barrier to that accreditation. So I think you have to give that some consideration as you think about, implementing that as well. And that's the floor plan. Again, I think the bank occupies the majority of the lower level, and you can see that kind of lightish blue shade where the police occupies that portion of the lower level and the majority of the upper level. Very disjointed layout. Okay, so what is all that distilled to? This next slide here will tell us all. I keep saying that, it's the one after this. We're going to talk about space on the next slide. We're going to talk about the space that you're in today. We're going to compare that to the space our model says that you should be in, and then how we apply 20 years worth of growth so that we can determine what the appropriate size for a new facility would be. We're going to talk about net assignable square feet each room. We're going to talk about net usable square feet. That's taking 5 or 6 offices and combining them together to make a functional suite. And then ultimately, we have to add another factor to that to get to a gross square footage, a total whole building that has wall thicknesses, mechanical spaces, and all those other things that make a building complete. Okay? So this is the summary, another eye chart. The departments are listed down the side. There is a shared support column, which is all of those items, as you might imagine, that are shared. You will see those 3 columns that I described to you earlier. The first column is the current existing area. Those are the areas that these departments occupy right now. So the police footprint per our takeoff was 5,417 square feet, less than the 6,000 that the lease said, right? So you can see all of those as they stack up, and what that says in all total, those departments occupy currently 14,993 square feet. If you put these same spaces into the model that I've been describing that we have developed after our interviews and engaging with staff, the current area that our model suggests you should be in is that second column, which is 21,000 square feet. And of course, this is envisioning that this is all under one roof in one facility together instead of spread out in 3 locations. But we don't build civic buildings for today because civic buildings have a very long lifespan. We don't want to be full on day one. So we use a 20-year horizon to project growth, which is that third column. And you see there, that came out at 25,600 and some change. Now, I do know that compares to 30,000 square feet that you all had done in a study that was in 2008. So if you think about 15 years and us still being below what that study projected, we feel like this is a really efficient and appropriate model for planning this moving forward from a size perspective. Might have to zoom back out for some of these. Okay, so one of the things that we always talk about, because we're going to eventually get to this fun thing about where would a building like this go, and we have these sort of principles that we hold up for civic buildings. I'm going to save you the architectural lesson. Next slide, please. But not to use someone that you all are very well familiar with, but frankly, our practice, one of our most important, theories that we uphold is architecture of place, and part of that is understanding what makes a building civic. Thomas Jefferson founded a lot of those iconic elements that make today's neoclassicism accepted as civic architecture. Buildings should be prominent. Buildings should set the level of development expected for people that come in behind you. They should be readily identifiable. They should be timeless. And we just ask you all to think about that as we contemplate a site. Typically, they're located in a site of prominence, somewhere that is easily identifiable, that you would think of as a city center or a town center. And it really helps establish and reinforce the place that you are. And so we ask you to consider those principles as we're thinking about where a new building might work well. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just run quickly through a slides about site selection, and that's where we are, sort of the pivot point between doing the work that Brent and his team has of identifying how big the building should be, and then the next step is where should it be, and then starting to work on those design aspects of site selection and site deployment. Next slide. So just some real high-level thoughts about Colonial Beach as a place. There's certain identifiable streets that knit the community together. Primary streets here shown in green and secondary streets in yellow. Next. Here is the locations of the places that we've been talking about: the police department, the town hall, and the town center, the council chambers that we're in right now. And then the blue is representing kind of the identifiable commercial nodes of Colonial Beach. Next. Zooming in a little bit on the lower right-hand corner, next slide. This is what we perceive to be as the identifiable center of the town from a civic standpoint. And it's interesting that, if you Google Colonial Beach Town Hall, you still get the old bank building as being the image for the town hall. And I think that, if you walk around the town, this seems like the center of the town certainly from a pedestrian standpoint. And this building we're standing in right now is in that zone. Next. Then you have the existing town hall site as it currently exists. We think it's worth noting that this is a site the town controls. And it also happens to be adjacent to some pretty intense commercial development. So you've got the new residential developments going in there. I say commercial, what I mean is residential developments that are setting the stage for a future image potentially for development in Colonial Beach. Next. Go to the next slide as well. So just as an aside, just putting a box on the map here, that green box represents roughly a 30,000 square foot building on 3 stories. So just think about taking that current building and putting 2 stories on top of it. That would be more than adequate to accommodate the 25,000 square foot program that Brent's team came up with. Next. Some of the other sites that we've been looking at, here's one on Colonial Avenue. This was suggested as a potential candidate site for the town hall. We have a few questions and concerns about that. Next. One is that there's also earmarked for the rescue squad to be located on that site. And we have some questions about whether you can actually fit the program of the town hall onto that site, especially since that lower portion in red there has some significant environmental challenges. Next. This is an enlarged view of an earlier study, and we would really question whether you could fit that rescue squad program onto this site as well as the remainder of that, aside from any of the environmental issues that we know that are in that site. Next. Next slide. This is just a kind of, don't want to take any more time than we have here, but just some thoughts about what it means to be a town hall in context.
Thank you, Andrew. As I mentioned earlier, Architecture in Place is about designing buildings that reinforce the communities in which they exist and lift up. And I think that one of the things that we wanted to bring to you, hopefully as somewhat inspirational as we've sort of showered our thoughts on you, is what the opportunities might be here. Next slide, please. Andrew's firm and our firm are working together on a town hall and police station combination for Middleburg. And it lives in the part of the country that is horse and hunt, I guess, if you want to look further vernacular. And so that was sort of dictating what the exterior of the building looked like. I think the interior spaces are sort of rich and simple. We did some really elegant things with wood floor and lighting, but the exterior is very much reminiscent of the community in which it resides. Next slide, please. I'm going to share a completely different stylistic example with you, but one that may have some parallel to your community. This is Sullivan's Island Town Hall and Police Department. Wonderful three-story building down on Berry Island in South Carolina. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, it is a combination facility. The police have secure parking located underneath with an elevator that leads directly to the second floor. The public spaces are on the main level. The chamber is 2 stories and has wraparound porches that open up to a public park. And the lower level also houses some restrooms that are sort of exterior that are used for citizens outside of operational hours. This is a true example of architecture of place. This came from some meetings where they wanted this facility to look like everything else that was on the island. It was not where we started, but it was the right conclusion. Will you go to the next slide, please? Again, I think the police station has that opportunity for that enclosed sally port. You see that garage door kind of in the upper left image on the rear. A complete own floor, so vertical and horizontal separation, and wonderful opportunities for public art and all kinds of things in both the interior and exterior corridors. So that's our presentation for the evening. We hope that you found it informational, and if there time allows, we'd be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Mr. Wood, looks like he has a question.
I do. From what I'm hearing, you were basically tasked with giving us an idea of what it takes to build a new building without any thought towards refurbishing what we already have. Is that correct?
Broadly speaking, yes.
Okay. So then perhaps my question isn't for you. Frankly, I would like to, before we get too far along in this process, find out what it would cost for us to refurbish our place to see if it warrants an $8 to $10 million building. Now, I do have a question for you. How far, because we've all lived in or worked in inconvenient spots. Anybody who's ever worked in the cubicle knows exactly what I'm talking about. With the realization that the police department is in a different location, and that's inconvenient. How far are we away from completely maxing out that space for our town employees?
Are you talking about the existing school
The
building?
existing place, or are you able to discuss that?
The building itself is at capacity. To add new staff at this juncture would require taking spaces that are used for meetings and other locations or storage to put staff in. So unfortunately, the answer to that today is it is at capacity. Is that fair? That's our.
It is. I wonder if it's an $8 billion problem, I guess is the question. And I guess we have to determine that internally.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, you said 25,000 square feet. Was that including a town center like this here?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you said that it could possibly fit where the current building is, but going up 3 stories?
Yes, sir.
Would that be with parking underneath?
Well, we would need part of that 3rd floor to get to the 25,000 square feet, but there could be some parking underneath of a section of it, yes. And a sally port if we determined to use that similar approach to Sullivan's Island.
Okay. Well, what if we, I don't know if you factored this in, or what if we kept this town center, which seems to fit the bill pretty well, and just accommodate employees and the police and all that? Would that bring it down by 5,000 square feet?
It would bring it down by the size of this facility, absolutely. So that would be a strategy that we could look at, yes.
So I could take it for now.
Yeah, there's a lot of information to go through, and there's like a whole bunch of stats and charts in this, so we will digest that. Yes, Dr. Sullivan.
Yeah, could you explain the very first thing you're forecasting for our population? The numbers don't make sense to me.
Sure. Would you mind going back to the forecast slide, please? This is, keep going back.
It's the first page, I think.
One more, that one. Is this this one?
Yeah,
Yes.
of course, we can't see it there,
I know,
but
like,
if
it's
you
the,
could,
it's the
like,
eye chart. Okay, so what you have listed down the left side here are the different metrics that we've input into the model. These are all based on population of Colonial Beach at the top. So it's the census in a 5-year cross-section and the census in a 10-year cross-section. Those create different trend lines. That's why we look at those data sets that way. So if you go down below that, the other 4 metrics are local. So it's based on residential permits converted to population, water accounts, sewer accounts, and then commercial water accounts. So what we try to do is find data streams that come from Colonial Beach that we can also develop trend lines to parallel with population growth. So it's not just purely based on population. All those are created in a trend across 20 years. You see those in 5-year increments to your right. All of those are then averaged up at the bottom. And if you'll scroll down, please, ma'am, you'll see that those all averaged to a 0.6%. You'll even note that last metric actually came in at a negative.
So your projection is that our population is going to decrease
No.
over the next few years from 39,000 it is now to 37,000? Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, I'm saying that your population is going to increase by 0.6% per year and go from 37, what it is now, to
They're not-
4,060.
They're not starting at 39, 37 in the beginning column and all of those factors. So.
No, I'm wondering how he's projecting, if he's projecting that our population in 2027 is gonna be 3,734 people.
That is what the average of those metrics show. Yes, ma'am.
But not all the metrics start at the census population.
That's
You
also.
see what I'm saying, that first column? And the second column?
I'm looking at his bottom line.
Yeah, no, I see you, I think the
And
factors.
we're already at 39, 37, and we're growing faster than any place else in the northern, I don't see how we could be at 37.
These are the numbers that were available when we completed the study. I mean, obviously, the census data runs a year behind, but this was the data available.
But you didn't start with 39, 37, which is your number at the top of the page?
Will you please go to the slide previous to this one? Actually, 39, 37, yes.
And so an annual growth factor of 0.6% would not cause us to be less in
If you go to the
2027.
bottom, please, of the next page, if you're starting at 39, 37, 0.6% leads you to 4,060.
In
No.
2042.
That's not true.
Okay,
So,
But you're showing 37, 34 in 2027. That's why I'm saying the numbers don't make sense.
okay, and then what's happening there is you have a couple of negative trend lines in there. Okay, so let us, I don't think that we're gonna be able to solve this in this forum, so let us come back to you with
Okay.
a different version of this table.
I see what you're saying,
I
Joe.
think
You
the-
use the baselines that's over here and projected them out, and some of those baselines are not just the census population. Some of those baselines are residential permits, which project us at 3591. Another one is the meter accounts, which project us at 3698.
That's
Another one is commercial and sewer water accounts, which project us at 3570. So the census count is 3937, but once you average out all of these other projected municipal services, you're not really getting the same average out.
That is correct.
I would just,
I think the
the
overall.
factor is the important part, not the end.
The factor is the important part. Thank you. That was gonna be my summary to this train of thought, is that, this factor ranges from 0 to 4%, from municipalities that are flatlined to places that are growing like gangbusters. So to be basically a 0.5% seemed very appropriate for the growth that we've seen in this area. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay,
Any other questions?
yes.
Just wanted to clarify a point that Councilmember Wood mentioned a bit earlier. The question about whether or not they were tasked to look at our current facility. If you go back to slide 5, where they are in terms of step 5, in terms of waiting for conceptual designs, part of their scope was to look at 2 locations, which we needed direction from council on, so we can be able to work towards getting those conceptual designs as well as capital cost estimates. So our current site can be a potential site that they can look at as part of their scope and a deliverable to wrap up this project, which was one of our strategic planning items that you all approved last year. So if you all give them direction to start on one of those, they can start that. And if you have more than one location, they can finish that and we can finalize a report for you all. So today would be asking for direction on either 1 or 2 sites going forward.
Okay.
And the chief of police can answer any questions that as it relates to his current space, as it relates to accreditation concerns and challenges moving forward, and any other questions that you all may have.
Madam,
I'll go with, I saw Williams,
Looks fine.
so,
I was just gonna ask, was parking factored in? We do have enough parking on Douglas?
That's really the next step, is to do an analysis of site plan for whatever site the town instructs us to study, and that would include looking at parking.
Okay. And also, I guess, one of the sells to the public is gonna be, you know, some people are like, oh, it's, what you guys adequate and all that. Can you elaborate a little bit on how rough the situation is and how real the need is to get into a new space?
Sure. Our observations were for both, particularly for the police department and for the existing school building, that those are marginal at best. Would you agree with that? I mean, you know, neither, as to echo what Brent said, neither are purpose-built facilities. And I would go so further as to say that neither has been renovated in a way that actually is in any way best practices for accommodating government services.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you've looked at what we have now and it would just never, I mean, the cost of remodeling that would be probably
Well,
more than building new.
again, the question of the relative merits of different approaches is not something we have studied. So we would need to go through that exercise, but it would be a significant exercise in any case.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go with Dr. Sullivan, and I'll come back.
I have concerns about moving forward with design plans when we don't really know if these are all of our off-site options or our best site options.
A good point.
And to actually follow up with Dr. Sullivan, we don't even know if, because we haven't looked at the refurbishment options. And it could be that, yes, it costs more than it does to build another facility. But until we have the data to make that decision, I think it's premature. And certainly it's premature if we don't know the site. So I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Having said that, I don't want this to come to us all. I know the conditions that our staff are working in. They are unacceptable. And I know you focused on the police department, but I know what some of the staff are putting up with, including no heat during the middle of winter, in our town hall. I'm just not sure we should hit the design button yet. I think the space needs analysis is crucial. We need to think about that and talk about that and make a decision on where we want to go with this quickly. Because our staff is operating in conditions that I've never had to work in, quite honestly. And I've worked a lot of places.
I miss the alligators running down the moat, but I realize that it's cramped conditions. But I do find it premature until we at least know what it would cost, especially in time of tight money and expensive materials, to at least know what it would cost to refurbish it. I agree that we shouldn't have children's bathrooms and, you know, we need to upgrade the place. And maybe it would cost more than it's worth. But until we have that data, then we don't have a basis of comparison other than we want a new building.
I think there's been some benefits to this process, though, I will say. And one, that this is all just preparation for planning. I mean, we're not ready to strike a check to anybody. I don't want anybody in the audience to think that that's like pending. But rather that the last study to get a new town hall, the need existed in 2003, 2008. And this process was done in 2008. And obviously that in, what is that, 10 years? 14 years later, probably that study was not relevant. And especially as we did have a fairly large growth rate in the last 10 years. So, you know, we need to be looking at where we're going in the future in the town for decades ahead of the people who are sitting here right now, right? And thinking about that. I don't want to ignore you, Mr. Allison, please go ahead.
No, talking about the refurbishing part of this, looking at the analysis of this, even if we refurbish it, it's not gonna be enough space for the people that are there to include the police department if we need to transition those individuals. So it's either rebuild there or find somewhere else to build. I mean, realistically, I mean, we can't, I mean, I won't use the lipstick to the pig thing, but you know, we gotta make sure that we provide enough needs, enough space. And according to this, we just don't have enough space in that facility unless we tear it down and build a 3-story building to accommodate everything. So I certainly wouldn't wanna refurbish something to tear it down. So we don't wanna pay for it twice. So we just gotta make sure that we're looking at all the factors involved here and ensure that we're providing town staff with the best place that we can give them to work, as well as the citizens to come pay their bills and all the other things that has to happen.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
I just wanted to mention too, the factor of where do the town employees go for a year or 2 years while they're waiting for a new building on that current site? I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know, have you thought about where you would temporarily stick 30 employees?
We have not had discussions on swing space, no.
If I recall, when we were moved out of the bank, we were moved into the school temporarily. That was a temporary situation and we're still there.
Yeah. Andrew, can you speak to step 6 and 7? Because I'm continuing to hear that we can't get to a decision without estimates and data, and where that data collection point happens in this period.
Correct.
So that that's not lost.
Yeah, correct. So the next step in our current engagement with the town is for the town to specify where they would like us to study. And then that would lead to, an actual site plan and the consequences of building on that site and some conceptual cost information. So that we really need, that's what we need from the town is where do you want us to look at this?
Saw this side and then I'll go to this side. Okay, Mr. Allison.
Do you have a recommended square footage for a lot size for a recommended 25,000 square foot building
With parking.
with parking?
We can provide that. I don't have it off the top of my head. But, looking at 1, 2, and 3-story buildings, and then the parking that would go with that, we could give you a rough acreage.
Because that'll help us designate the areas where we can potentially put it, which would help identify those areas.
Sure.
Thank you.
You don't know off the top of your head.
I don't.
Yeah, okay. But we can get that too. It's just math.
Okay.
Andrew, when we spoke back in the fall, I believe you said you could do a site comparison based on a design. So if hypothetically you were to look at the current space that we're on to do a site, could that also be applicable to another site to try to get to one location that we can look to design to bring back that could also be plotted somewhere else in the future?
That's correct. So to a certain extent, what I'll say is that the planning principles that we would use for developing the building footprint are potentially applicable to multiple sites. The one caveat I will say is that it seems like every site's got a quirk, right? And there's something we need to adapt to it. But I would just say as a general planning principle, we should be able to give you some comparison between a couple sites.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
I kind of got my other question about the square footage, but also, did you take into account on Colonial Avenue 3 stories versus 1? That's because you said that there didn't look like there was enough usable space.
That's right. Yeah, so we would need to have some more conversations about the available area on that site to be able to say this conclusively. But the information that we were given is that there was a certain amount of that site which was designated for the rescue squad development. And then, in our opinion, there needed to be some additional designation on that site for vehicle circulation that had not been accounted for. And then after we make those decisions or get that information, we would need to know, does our building fit? And with adequate amount of parking, and how do you get to it? On top of that, just not to make it more complicated, there's pretty clear indications that there's some environmental issues on that site. And that's something that we have not, it's not under our scope to figure out, but we have concerns about that based on the reports that we have been given. So there's several layers of information that we would need to get from the town, from another source before we'd be able to make an adequate judgment about that.
Okay, thank you.
The topography at that site is a pretty steep slope. Is
Yes, ma'am.
there some general concept of what factor that would play into, does it make buildings more expensive to build on a steep slope?
So, what I know about that site is that, yes, it does have topography. It also has potential, geotechnical issues with the soil quality. And then there's the water aspect. You know, we are basically a decent portion of that is in a floodplain. So there's, yes, the topography is definitely an issue. Until we got a topographic survey and really understood what those implications are, it's hard for us to say for sure.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
Aren't our pump stations also located on that for our, is that for our sewage or our water?
Yes, ma'am, sewage.
Sewage, so would those have to be relocated if we were to use that site? No, they would not be relocated.
Can't relocate those.
We can't relocate those, so if we take those out of that site, is that gonna, have you accounted for that?
Well, let me just put it this way. There are so many things on that site that I can almost guarantee you that we would not be able to make it fit.
Thank you.
That's
There we go.
my professional judgment.
Just bring it out, let us know.
I don't
Yeah,
like
I know.
considering the site, it's really not, can't be done.
Okay, so that site's out. Let's just cut to the chase, right?
Yeah.
Come on. Okay, there we go. So, it's our current site or finding something else.
In my opinion, yes, I think your current site's a candidate site. And then if there's other sites on the table, we're happy to look at them.
I think our town manager is looking for direction as to if we can consider the current site at this time, then, you know, the thought that would be translatable to possibly another location.
Right. Yeah.
Adaptable possibly.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, it's, we don't want to use the town's resources needlessly. I mean, we could design, you know, multiple versions of this building that could go on a variety of sites. But, you know, if we design a concept for the current site, we should be able to translate that to another site fairly easily.
Gives you some pretty strict confines too, because that site's not very big.
It's not, it would have to be a 3-story building. That's one, you know, consideration in that building. And that has some, you know, the things that we cannot overcome, but it is sort of constraining. 3 stories, you know, kind of dictates how you're planning the building, right?
It does, but this thing has grade as well, so we
Yeah.
gotta do.
Now,
That's true, it does have some grade, so.
it used to be that we could build up less expensively than we could build on one level, but with new ADA, fire, constraints that we'd have to build to elevators and stuff like that, is that still the case, that you can build up cheaper than you can on one level?
It's a good question to debate, you know, as you go vertically, you get, you know, less exterior wall, you still may have a roof, right? But you do by just, you know, when you're going from 1 story to 2 stories, you get stairs and you get an elevator, you know, full stop. So you definitely have that incremental increase.
Now, if we'd have to go 2, there's really 3 it would be ideal then.
I would agree with that, yeah. So
But you're gonna
once you
need
got a
an
second
elevator no
story,
matter
you might as
what.
well go to the third.
All right, I don't know if we're gonna make a decision right now, or we're gonna keep talking, I'm seeing a no over there. You wanna keep talking about this?
Sounds like we need more information on.
More information?
What specific more information would you all like us to get them to do to bring back?
I think we need to make some decisions as council. I mean, if there are other sites that are possible for us, we need to make some decisions on those other sites. And that's the kind of thing that we don't talk about in public because we don't own those sites, right? We would have to go after those sites. So I don't know if it could be added to the closed session tonight for us to discuss that. But if it could, and time is of the essence and giving some direction, maybe we should.
I'm not sure I understand why time is of the essence. Any decision we make has to be the right decision, because it's a huge liability for the town if we do it. So, and perhaps I'm only one voice on here, but I would like to hear at least what our options are. If it's more expensive to refurbish our present place, then it only makes sense to build in another spot. But until we have a basis of comparison, I have a difficult time talking to our constituents and saying, we did the best job of being stewards of your funds.
Are you saying refurbish or rebuild on the site?
I'm saying refurbish. I would like to know what the cost.
So
would be.
the concept would be refurbishing what we have to be more in line with the spatial layout, a purposeful intent of the interior.
And it would require an addition as well, forgive me for the,
Hold on, I'm getting there. And not adding the police there because they would not fit.
Currently, that's correct.
And continuing to rent somewhere for the police.
Yeah, there's no scenario in which your current elementary school footprint will accommodate the program. That doesn't work.
Accommodate your program.
Accommodate the 25,000 square feet.
We're not gonna fit the PD over there.
Right.
I mean, I think that's
That's right, you
obvious.
can't fit the town administration. and the
I-
PD.
And honestly, I'll stop. I don't know that fitting the police department in the same building and trying to do all of the things that are nice to haves without knowing what it would cost to make it workable for another couple of years, because we have some big expenses coming up. Okay, we've got to get our people paid. And I would imagine that most of our employees, if you'd asked, do you want a nice new crib or a bigger paycheck? If it were an either or situation, which one they would select. So that said, I've had my say, so forgive me for taking up additional time.
I'm just trying to weed out the different things I'm hearing around, and, so I do think there's a conversation to be continued on this, because there is a forecast of the police, specifically in the lease that they have at BB&T, needing alternative, or truest, whatever. It will
Our
always be
our current
BB&T.
lease expires in October, and we can't move forward with negotiations until we know how long we need to extend in that location.
Obviously, nothing's getting done this year, so
Correct,
there will be
but-
an extension.
But we also don't want to do a 5-year lease if we're going to have a building in 2 years or 3 years either.
Okay.
So Truist is asking for a 5-year lease currently.
I
At
also,
$51,000 a year.
yes, also like to touch on accreditation and the challenges at that space, which they didn't necessarily touch on as much today. But there are some challenges with the lease space as is, again, to use his word, not purposely built, for that space. So those are some challenges if we are still working towards accreditation now and in the future. There are also other safety concerns there that are also safety concerns for our building. There are a number of reasons why you want your police department to be adjoined with your town hall, from incidents that we have seen in places like Virginia Beach, unfortunate as it is, for our current town facility and security issues. So I guess I have one last question for Andrew. Is there any negative to running potentially one design and then going back and doing another? Do they have to be in tandem at this point?
No, I mean, the way that our current engagement is set up with the town is that we're going to do a complete concept, building and site for a given site that you tell us where you want us to put it. And then we have said, as part of our engagement, we will take that and adapt it to a second site, and that can be whenever you want us to do that.
And the last comment I'll make is that as we are looking for potential opportunities, whether it's at the federal or state level for grant funds to potentially work on this without a design and a cost estimate, we have nothing to ask other people to help us with. So the longer we delay a decision on the basics and be stuck at 0.5, we can never get to 6, 7, or 8 to close it out for consideration. And I think that's also a part of due diligence in ensuring that as government, we are working on and closing out the project, because they also have other projects to work on.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I'm curious of what we're being asked, like, how much is the cost for this design? How much are we being asked to spend tonight?
You already approved this last year. The whole total package for this was 50 grand from beginning to the end, including space needs analysis. Everything you see here from 1 to 9. So basically at this point, we are at 5 and we can't move forward to finalize this all under their scope until a decision on the site is made.
Okay, well, that helps. And how much would a potential change if we had to go to a different site? Can you give us a rough estimate?
So where we are with our current engagement, again, is that we've done the space needs analysis. We owe you a concept for a site, and then potentially adapting it to a second site if the town would like us to do that. So that's included. You know, if you were to say, all right, we want you to do this site concept for one site, we want you to do a second site identification. Oh, wait a minute, we got another site we want to study. You know, we're talking, probably $20,000 add, something like that, to add on another site to the mix.
And a second site or a third site?
That was the
Third.
third.
Yeah, third.
Okay,
So
Two sites are included.
okay.
yeah, that's right. You've
But
got,
you,
sorry.
you could do one site, you could do the site where we are sitting right now for a site plan for the full 25,000 square feet. And then later do the second site
That's correct, yeah, so
with no additional cost.
that's correct.
Is there anywhere in our plan for you to design a refurbishment of the existing building and not add the additional footage?
I want to understand what a refurbishment means. What are we doing with the PD again?
No, what Rick is suggesting, getting an estimate for refurbishing the current site and not including the PD.
Or just keeping the PD separate?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm asking, was that part of our original agreement or would that be something we'd have to pay more for?
The answer to your question is no, that was not in our original agreement. And we would ask for additional services to do basically an interior renovation of one of the existing buildings. Now, we could redirect the effort. We could talk about that, and it might end up being a wash, but it's not currently included.
Madam Mayor, for the purpose of further discussion, I would like to make a motion that we have them move forward with the site plan on the one site that we know could work where we are now. I think that would satisfy the town manager's request for us to do something to move forward at this point, knowing that they have already been contracted to do that plan, to adapt that to a second site, when and if we identify one. So that's my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second to entertain that?
Second.
Okay, so that's up for discussion now. And Mr. Allison, I did not want you to think I had not seen.
No, you're good. I just think it's unrealistic not to include the police department into our design on this, because eventually it's gonna have to happen. We don't wanna lease forever. If we're gonna pay for something, we should pay for our own stuff, not continuing to pay the bills for Truist. I mean, I paid there, but I don't think that we should put all our money there for leasing purposes. If we're gonna build a building, we should include them in the process and get out of that lease as soon as possible.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Williams?
I personally think it would be a little bit unfair to vote on this tonight when the public really hasn't had a chance to even digest this even a little bit. So my suggestion is table this until the next council meeting, at least give the public 2 weeks to say, give some feedback and input.
Okay. There's a motion and a second on the table, so I understand it would be just to delay.
Is that a motion to table?
Yes.
Okay. All right, there's a second to the motion to table. Mr. Moncur, did you want to say something? Okay, I'm just trying to track with you.
Tabling.
That's the motion,
The tabling is on the floor. Tabling's good, it's not. Table's on the table.
I would vote no.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna take a vote on that then. Okay, so Dr. Sullivan says no to tabling, yes to tabling,
No.
no to tabling, yes,
Yes.
yes, no. I didn't tally, you guys.
It's up to you now, Mayor. It's 3-3.
Yes. I don't see a lot of downside, to be honest with you, of you guys working magic on the existing site. And I only say that because if you can fit it there, you can fit it anywhere. There will be no site smaller than our existing site to accommodate this. In fact, I can't believe that you're telling us that the existing site could do it. I'm a little concerned, yeah. I'm with you, Mr. Allison. I think that would be a tight fit, trying to do a lot.
We didn't say we could fit it, we just studied it.
Oh.
I will say that it appears that the building will fit, and then we will tell you how much parking you have left over.
I'm gonna vote yes to tabling and give it 2 more weeks. But I would like us to have some direction sooner than later, and I don't want you all to keep sitting around. I understand you all are patiently waiting for us at this point, and I don't wanna waste your time either.
It's a very rapid exercise for us to do one more turn on that site plan and just say how many parking spaces, and then you can get back to us whether you want us to pursue that or not.
I think that would be a good idea.
Is there any way within the next 2 weeks, we can get that lot size that you were talking about for the size plus parking?
And we can get that to you.
And that can be the basis of,
Let's try to follow up on those questions so that we can get somewhere.
Happy to do that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Public comment is Oliver.
Yep, so I have one by email from Mr. Kelly, and then I have Ms. Reimer signed it.
She's here.
She is, do
Okay. Okay, you wanna do,
you want me to do Joe?
no, we'll just open public comment now at 7:14 PM. It's not a public hearing on a gavel. Ms. Ryan, would you like to come up?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
I want to make sure.
may I?
Sure.
I know this is public comment and it's in your bylaws to allow public comment. One thing your bylaws don't do is talk about the parameters for public comment. And I have been given some advance information on what could be discussed here. And a lot of places have sort of a Miranda of public comment, reminding people that they can say what they wish, but they cannot do certain things without consequences that might constitute defamation. I've been given information in advance in writing, and I can tell you from the very beginning, talking about statements attributed to me, that there are things that are factually incorrect. So I think it would be the right thing to do to be able to remind the public of that, because the bylaws don't do that and you don't make an announcement in advance, and this is in lieu of that.
Do you understand what he's saying?
I understand that my report about what an employee said to me could result in my being charged with defamation of character. That's one thing. The second thing that I understand.
He's shaking his head, that's his.
Is that what you were saying?
I'm saying that I received this piece of paper, and I'm saying I'm reading immediately the
I
second
don't want anybody to put
sentence.
themselves at risk.
Pardon
And
me?
I don't want anybody to put themselves at risk.
I just want to say that if the topic to be discussed is what's on this piece of paper, that this council, town council, has been discussing this through its council, SEL council, and counsel for the other party who is involved with what's on this paper. Now, she may be here to talk about something entirely different. But I do not understand why we would get to this point when this is being discussed by attorneys for each of the people involved. And to recap her statement about what she thought it involved, it's more than that. It's statements attributed to me that I did not say that I informed a person about something.
If I misunderstood that, I'd be happy for the attorney to read the letter that he did send Mr. Knuckles.
Ms. Reimer, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding here, and so if you would like to speak at public comment, I'm never going to stop that from happening, but I do think that there are some very serious things that are discussed in closed session for very good reasons, and that if you're would like to submit your letter to us, we have that, and that is in consideration, but I would not would heed that if the town attorney is making it clear that things could put you at risk for putting them on public record in this way, that you understand that advice before public comment is given.
I have discussed this with attorneys in my family, and
That's, again, none of my, that's,
I will just simply say that a planning commissioner, a vote is going to be taken to remove a planning commissioner this evening. That's my understanding. And neither that planning commissioner nor any of us really know the details or the circumstances about that. Because he, as I understand it, he was told that he could not be informed about that. I'm concerned about the statement that was made to me by the same employee.
thank you. All right, and Mr. Kelly has something?
Mr. Kelly, yes. He says, "Dear Mayor, Schick, and council members, thanks for hearing the citizens and business community and putting forth a new proposal that would reduce the water and sewer fees that were proposed on February 1st by Public Works staff. Before the town approves this new rate structure, a few points should be highlighted for everyone's knowledge and understanding. First, it needs to be clear that the water and sewer tap fees are for the right to connect and not the actual cost to construct and install the connection to the water or sewer mains. Both the tap fees and the construction cost are paid by the homeowner and can be a barrier to building a new home, especially workforce housing. Second, the availability fee is just another way to get money into the water and sewer funds without proper justification. By presenting data regarding the true capacity and availability of the water and sewer systems, we'll better understand the justification for this fee. Third, our quarterly water and sewer usage fees are about 3 times what I paid in Fairfax County. I'm okay with that because we were told a few years ago that we needed to create reserves for much needed improvements. New people in town are shocked by the amount of these charges. Fourth, the audit report for the proprietary funds Exhibit 7, Water and Sewer for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, shows cash equivalents, and restricted cash totaling $4,261,549. In addition, I understand that the town has grants of at least $5 million for water and sewer improvements. These two items total $9,261,549. How much money is needed to update our systems, and when can this needed work be completed? It is important to have a complete picture of our needs and resources in order to justify increasing rates. What other municipalities charge is not justification for rate increases. Thank you.
Very good.
And I'll email everybody so y'all can read it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak at public comment?
Nobody else has signed up.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right. We'll close public comment at 7:21 PM. All right, unfinished business. Review of chapter 14 motor vehicles and traffic of the town of Colonial Beach Code of Ordinances. I'll be honest with you, I added this to the agenda because there was just something missing. We had already discussed this, we had already redlined it, we had already approved it. However, on section 14 dash, which one is it? 55. When our clerk was going to upload it to Mooney Code to get it up online, they came back and said there was a dollar amount on 1455. That's disabled and handicap parking. The dollar amount can range up to $500. I don't know if it is like the dollar amounts which we will discuss in streets and sidewalks, where we could just say shall be subject to a fine payable to the town of Colonial Beach. Stefan, do you know if we have to be specific about the amount in here? Because we are kind of trying to remove these things that fluctuate with state law. Are you tracking me, Stefan?
I don't know offhand, I don't believe so. I mean, I think what we did with streets and sidewalks was very clean.
Yeah.
That sort of drives itself, no pun intended here. But, that's fine.
I don't know what's going on with there.
They understand.
I know, there's something going on.
I know, that is mildly scary, but, I can look into that, and I did not know that was the issue here. But I do think there are going to be some limitations to what that can be. The cleanest way is when, I think the cleanest thing to do here actually is to figure out what you would want the penalty to be now, and then make it a certain class misdemeanor. That way it travels well. In other words, if you have a very serious but still misdemeanor offense and it's a class 1, that's 12 months in jail and a $2,500 fine. Here, you can have a lower class misdemeanor, and then you don't have to get into when the amount changes under Virginia code. So I can pull those up if you want to hear what the amounts
Chief
are.
Deere, do you have anything to add on this parking? This is the disabled handicap parking, it's just. I'm sorry, 14-55, it's page 12 of 23 of this. And all the rest of this, we had already approved, it was just this one last sentence in 14-55. Now, in saying that there was needed to be clarification on this, we just updated the parking stuff with the town manager, and this is an opportunity to give everybody a copy of what we had already approved, knowing it can come up again later with other. I just wanted one to clean up this one thing about the fine, because we had already done it.
And this verbiage that's been put in red was put in by
Vivian, we had passed this in clean, we don't have a clean.
Any violation of this section, is that new or is that?
That's what we passed, but see how it passed with the purple, where the purple says just nothing? Right, we never filled it in.
Okay.
We passed this and we did not fill it in the dollar amount.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The town manager's giving me some background on this, and I'm looking at the Virginia code section that's cited, and that's one thing that was corrected to 46.2124. And right now, that calls for a fine not less than 100, more than 500. And I think she said the idea was to just make it the highest amount and leave it there. And then that Virginia code section could change, but it's not likely to go down. They never do. And you could revisit it later.
Okay, I don't care what it is, I mean, I'm just saying.
I mean,
Huh?
I like 500.
You like 5?
Especially when the ice cream truck parks in the handicap spot.
When we discussed it with Vivian and the chief and myself, and I think even Tom and Vivian were at that meeting, we agreed on 500 as the max. So,
Okay, is there a consensus to 5? We don't have to hold a public hearing for this, I just wanna know that that's filled in. 5, I'm seeing 5 across the board. Tom, I hope you're tracking us. 500 for the general fund? Yes. Okay. All right, well, Heather, do you have direction from that then? I'd say that was consensus to yes. All right, now you all have a copy of what we had already changed, so as other changes come forward from the parking plan, you can go back and look at it. I'm moving forward to draft of ordinance 742, streets and sidewalks. And this is what we had already looked at, except we were taking all of those fines out. See what's in blue on page 2 of 3. And I want to thank Mr. Williams for reminding us that we had talked about this, and then we were, when we did the public hearing, it hadn't gotten nixed out. So we're gonna nix the whole chart, it's how this looks to me, so. And it says, just the cost of the permit as set forth on the application. And that way, as these structures change, it's not duplicated.
And they will, and they do. It's in the Virginia Administrative Code, and Diane fed me all that information. And there are a lot of categories. There's $100 up front, no matter what, and this will take that into account as well. So if that changes and goes up, then you'll get that, and it'll be in the application, so you're very covered. So I thought that was a really nice suggestion. And yeah, it's a good way to move forward on all of these. Otherwise, you're amending,
Right.
or you're way behind. Neither one is good.
And we already held a public hearing on this code because this was last month's, and we just held off on this one particular thing because of the chart of fees.
Correct. And the public hearing probably wasn't required anyway, but it's
I know.
your practice.
Yeah.
So,
We've been doing it.
no, I understand, but you don't need to do it again, I don't believe. You don't.
Correct.
Right.
That's what I was getting at. We don't need to do it again for,
And so this will be up on the agenda for voting on the 15th.
it's fine with me. Sounds good. Is there any further discussion on that one? I'm gonna keep moving on. Hi, Mr. Kelly. We heard your email. All right, chapter 12, garbage and trash. Ms. Byer. We're not moving too fast anyway.
Are we doing the code before the presentation?
Oh, hold on, Heather's getting it up.
Yeah. Trash.
It's not very loud.
You just get close.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that any good?
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna go through the presentation again. There are some revisions that we've done based on the direction that you gave at the last meeting. So next slide, please. So this slide is the same. It's just summarizing that in 2002, we were asked to investigate the streamlining with new containers. Our trash trucks can use this technology. They have the capacity to use the conventional toter. Next slide, please. The background again is that the trucks have this capability. We're not currently using it. The staff is using whatever containers are put out at the curb. Sometimes there are bags and other loose materials put at the curb, so this creates issues with injuries, glass poking through bags, needles, whatever the materials might be. They're lifting things that they probably shouldn't lift that, bag, I think, Madam Mayor, you mentioned kitty litter. A bag of kitty litter in the bottom of one of these containers can be quite heavy. So in instituting the toters would do away with all of those potential injuries and harm to our trash. The trash pickup historically has been offered to all Colonial Beach residents, businesses, and churches and schools, et cetera. Throughout this presentation, I ask you to keep in mind that this presentation is based on the mandation of this trash service to all residents. Next slide, please. Again, I feel like I'm saying this over and over and over, but the trash trucks do have the capability of using toters. We do not currently use that. Implementing a service fee will allow us to subsidize, I'm going down to point 4 here, the eventual distribution of the toter containers to all customers and create a refuse enterprise fund, just like we have water and sewer enterprise funds now. The program costs continue to rise, budgets do not. One other thing that issuing a fee would do would be, can you all hear me okay? Okay. Would be to eliminate any potential debt service on trucks or equipment that we would have going forward. Currently, the new truck that we have, there's no debt service on, but as materials continue to rise, we're looking at $280,000 to $300,000 for a new truck, and they're 2 to 3 years out. So we have no idea what a new truck might be when we need one in 5 or 6 years. Next slide, please. Alternatives. A very solid alternative would be to get out of the trash business altogether. Residents and businesses would then have to contract with a private hauler for that service, and they would handle their own bill and their own service with that particular hauler. The Public Works dedicated trash staff, which currently is 3 to 6 persons, depending on how many routes we run a day, can be easily repurposed to other divisions, and we can easily put them to work doing other things around the town. The beach and special events trash, the town trash, that would be a consideration that we would need to keep in mind. Do we also contract with a private hauler for that trash, or would we keep a truck to do that internally? That would be a consideration we'd have to discuss if we decided to go this route. The other alternative is no change, and that under that, you still have trash crews that are exposed to dangerous items and subject to injury, and no sustainable program income. Next slide, please. This is, I like the term that was used earlier. This is an eye chart slide to a degree. We have simplified it a little bit from the last time, but this again shows our proposed fee of $30 per quarter. And we have updated the private contractor rate at the bottom, which would be $18 a month currently for this one private contractor. We were unable to obtain other private contracting rates because as soon as you call them and tell them you want to know what their rate is, they hang up on you unless you open an account because they're proprietary and protecting their, they don't know if I'm from Waste Management and calling Coopers and so forth. So it was very difficult to get a private contractor cost. Next slide. So this is the same slide that you saw last time on the current cost of the toters. This is a Sourcewell contract, which means it's a state price that they would adhere to. We do need that number of units to purchase to get that price because that's the price break point. The initial order, we've talked back and forth on this, and the out roll will be a little bit clunky because we will need to do an initial order. And I would recommend that our initial order, should we go with this plan, would be the 96 gallon units. That seems to be what most of the toters around the town are currently. And I think this would give the most latitude to the most customers, including businesses. The second order then, when we have the funding to do it, could be for 64 gallon units. And that would be to supply special needs, folks that can't handle 96, folks that don't have a place to store 96 gallons, that sort of thing. Next slide, please. Okay, and this slide is nothing new either. This is based on our current list of about 2,600 residents and around 25 commercial accounts. It shows, again, the potential revenue at $30 a quarter. And the average budget's going down for new trucks, new toters, that sort of thing. Next slide, please. So these are the two trucks that we currently have, and I'm gonna let Chris, my deputy director, Chris Ruckty, talk about this slide and the next one.
Hi, so we purchased a truck in 2015 on debt service at the time. It's been a good truck, however, it's had issues, it's had a lot of money put into it for maintenance, it's actually had a lot of failures. It's coming to the end of its useful life because its cost of maintaining it is becoming greater than keeping it. The other truck we purchased in 2020 was Freightliner, great truck. Since we've had it running for the last couple of years, it hasn't had a lot of issues, knock on wood. These trucks have about a 10-year lifespan. They run a lot. They run really hard all day, every day. Sometimes even longer because we have weekend trash that when we go pull the boardwalk, we put into the truck as well. So sometimes during summer, these trucks will run 7 days a week. We currently are not funded with enough money to maintain these trucks at the true level they should be maintained at. We maintain them to the best level we can, but there are repairs that we will have to forego till the next budget season because the money's just not in the budget to maintain them to the level they need. A set of tires for one of these trucks at any given time in 2022 was $5,000 for 10 tires. So this can get very expensive. Tire prices have gone up. So at the current rate we're not going to be able to maintain these two trucks to the level they need to keep them operational if we don't change something. Next slide. There's two photos up on the screen. This is what our guys are having to pick up sometimes, and I will tell you, I can speak from experience, it's not fun when you have to bend over and pick up all that stuff. People put things out that they really shouldn't. Going to the toters would eliminate them having to be exposed to things in the bags when you pick them up. I will speak to that. I've actually been stabbed by a needle back in 2013 when I worked here through a bag. Thank God it didn't have anything on it. So by going to these toters and making this an ordinance that this is what it would be in, people would have to put it in the toters. If it wasn't in the toter, we would not pick it up, which increases the safety for our employees and as well as people walking their dog down the street. If the dog gets into a bag, they can get hurt and sick. So that's a big reason why we should focus on moving towards this program.
Just another comment on the last slide that Chris did. The potential for workman's comp insurance claims would go down if we had the toters and we're using the truck to pick up the trash versus the people. So just a comment because I know that was a concern of you all the last time. This slide deals with one of Mr. Long's questions from the last meeting. How do we deal with multi-unit facilities? So we have these two showing on the screen, which I think everybody here is probably familiar with. And these two buildings have toter corrals that you can see there in that lower picture. You can see one of the corrals, and then to the left, you can see the other toter corral. And the folks at the HOAs maintain the toter corrals. They have so many toters, X number of toters in that corral. And we pick up trash from there. The residents bring their trash down to the toter, put the trash in the toters, and then we go and pick up from the corral. Next slide, please. So the question of a rebate and residents who already have toters was brought up. We've done a lot of discussion about this within Public Works and outside of Public Works. And this is kind of what we've come up with, and I think it's a pretty good solution. So we have a current inventory of toters that customers currently have. Our wonderful trash truck driver who's here tonight has all this data, and he's great like that. So we do know what's already out there. We would stamp those toters with CBVA or paint stencil CB, somehow identify the current toters that are out there. customers who have these toters could use these toters as additional toters. They would still get the 96-gallon toter with the program, but they would be allowed to use whatever additional toter they had until that toter reached the end of its usable life. At that time, the toter would be taken out of service and the customer could be rolled into the regular program. If they still needed that additional toter, they could pay the cost per recommendation. And off the top of my head, I think it's 40 and 65 or 25, and it's in the presentation. Forgive me for not remembering that. I've looked at a lot of numbers here today. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is for the implementation of these fees, these quarterly fees, and the toters to be consistent. And the consideration, as I said before, I strongly consider that this needs to be a mandated service to be a sustainable enterprise fund. Next slide, please. That's it. Are there any questions for that?
All right, I'll open up with Mr. Wood.
Ms. Meyer, we've had workers for picking up trash in times past.
I'm gonna let Chris speak to that. I know that we have, not since I've been here, but I'm gonna let him speak to that.
Yes, we've had injuries with workers. Some of these trash cans, and I will admit, I'm one of them, I don't have a toter, I have Rubbermaid rugged trash cans, but I only put 2 bags of trash in each one and that's it. We have had times where it's taken the driver and both employees on the back of the truck to lift a can into the back of the truck to dump it, because kitty litter, people don't have tight fitting lids, the trash cans get full of water. We've even had to go out and help lift things with the liftgate truck. So you can pull your back pretty easy lifting some of these trash cans when they're 100 pounds. We've had people put construction debris in there that's not supposed to be in there. We've found bricks in them. These guys are trying to lift these cans in the back of this truck, and you can wrench your back. There's been quite a few workman's comp claims on the back of the trash truck.
So is it possible that we can, and I believe Ms. Meyer had mentioned that we can experience some cost savings on the workers' comp aspect? And maybe I should ask our town manager that, because you're sharing some figures that were pretty substantial as far as workers' comp.
Sure. Historically, going back to 2020, our actuals in workers' comp and refuge were about 6,000. In 2020, 2021, about 4. 2022, we're trending up to 4 or 5. 2023, we're over $10,000. So the trend is not.
This program, whoever can answer that, will this program allow us to not have to finance equipment? Because right now, as I understand it, what we're doing is we're buying pieces of equipment and maintaining them as long as we can. Basically, spit the day. Will this allow us to put purchase on the schedule?
Yes, that's part of this program. We would not have to finance through debt the purchase of new trash trucks. The money, the revenue we bring in can be invested and put aside for the time when those trucks need to be replaced. And the toters also.
Because right now, we are financing equipment, aren't we?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. It's not really a question, it's just one statement on the code section revisions that we have. And I just want to let anybody know, I'm expecting to hold a public hearing on this issue at the next meeting, if that's what council goes along with. On section 12-4, the sentence, the last sentence, the collector shall exercise reasonable care in handling this is so I think the word toters is the last word there. It's just a typo, just put it out, so it's right before the next. And Dr. Salzella, I saw your hand up.
So, Ms. Meyer, you talked about if there's bags of trash on the side of the road, they won't be picked up. have you thought about the compliance component of that? Because we obviously can't leave them there to get busted up and strewn all over the place. Do we need to add something about compliance where the town has to go back out and pick it up and there's a fine like we do with tall grass and everything else?
That's a very good point, and we have not addressed that in the code revisions. It would fall under the code compliance officer position, and it would be something that Bill and I have already talked about, PR materials, so to speak, that we would leave on the toter that would say, we did not pick up this because this check for this check. So they would know that. We can certainly add a sentence or two in the new code that says additional trash not picked up will be addressed through the code compliance section and whatever that is. Would that work, Stefan?
Okay. And just as a follow-up on that, right, what about cardboard boxes? Would they have to be broken down and placed inside the toter?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that if they didn't fit inside the toter, then we wouldn't pick them up?
Yes, ma'am.
I might encourage them to do a recycle.
I was thinking the same thing. Unfortunately, right now, just as a side note, the gentleman that we have who does our recycling does not do cardboard. I would like to reach out to him and find out why. I just haven't had a chance yet, because cardboard is a commodity that is being, that has a market. So that is something that I'm gonna be looking into is cardboard recycling.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, one thing you mentioned was stamping existing cans, and then you said plus a 96-gallon toter. Are you saying that, say, for example, I've got a 64-gallon one at home, would I be getting 2 toters for my yard, or?
You would get, every resident, every business would, every account would get a 96-gallon toter. If you have a 64-gallon toter at home, we would just stencil it with CBVA, and you could use both of those for your trash pickup. And that would be until the end of that serviceable life. Yes.
What if I don't need to? Like, those things take up a decent amount of space. I've already got a hunt around for a spot in the backyard.
Understood. And we can deal with that on a case-by-case basis. If you don't need the additional 96, if you just want to use your 64, again, we could use that until the end of its serviceable life, and then we would give you the 96. And then once we, again, as I alluded to, we would have to choose what size to buy first because of the break point on the cost. So we would best, I think, order the 96 gallons first. And then once we recoup enough funding to order another batch of toters, we could order the 64 gallons and then kind of switch those out for folks that did not need a 96 gallon. It's going to be a little clunky at first for rollout. When I was in Fredericksburg, it took several years to roll this program out.
That's the most shocking thing I've just heard of the whole report. Took years to roll this out.
It was painful.
Oh, my goodness.
But here, I don't think, I think we can handle it without much pain. I think we have it covered.
But one thing I would say, I will say this to the public because I am the one that I rode on the trash truck with Chris last year and I saw the toters and I asked them how they worked. And I asked the town manager, is there a way the town could do like a buying program, not buy them for the people and create a new trash tax? My suggestion was merely, can we get more of these toters in people's hands? And I went out and bought one a month or two later, to try to help out. And so I get the fact that you're saying that it's near impossible to force people to do this. To me, though, this is just a new track. This is what I call a trash tax. I don't know, it may be more palatable to the people if we can reduce the tax rate by 2 or 3 cents per 100 next year, this coming budget, in order to reduce the $163,708.98 that we're currently collecting, they're currently using for trash. I don't know if anybody's proposing that. But if I was to vote for this, I would have to say that we give that back first.
Is there, this, we don't have to vote, this is just a work session, so we just wanna make sure that's
That's fine.
yeah. At the next meeting, I'd just like to propose that we hold a public, input at the next meeting and schedule that. Yes, I mean, nods, yes.
Yes,
Yes, Ms. Williams, says yes, okay. Is there any further direction on this at this time? Okay, all right, we're gonna keep moving forward,
Just a quick question.
Yes.
So we will be voting on this in the next session?
I think there's an intent to hold a public hearing, and if it is so the council's desire to vote at that time, that would be the time to do it. Yes, we should do a public hearing. Yeah. Mhm. As Stefan says, we don't have to, but we are going to.
It's a change.
Yes. It is a change, and I do think, I think talking about it's been good. I'm still learning about it myself, to be honest with you, and it's something that public works employees have talked to me about for years. For years, since the very first time that I went over there, I believe. I think why don't we have this trash fund? We could get our equipment fixed, we could get, these guys are picking this stuff up. Anytime anybody got hurt on a trash truck, I heard about this program. And to be honest with you, finally for me, and this was, part of the total question when Mr. Williams had brought that up too, was, all right, if we're gonna talk about it, bring it forward, let's see it. What is it? What's it look like? Yes.
I want to make 2 points. One, I would like to see as quickly as possible a curbside recycling program considered, looked at to add to this, because I think that's a huge part of the problem with how much garbage we have, is how difficult it is to recycle. And right now, the company does take newspapers, but nobody uses newspapers, so they're putting cardboard in that slot. So I think having a recycling program where we could actually sell the materials to the people that buy those would also help add income to our fund. The other point I'd like to make is that when we set our budget each year, we start at the beginning, we build the budget based on the needs of the town. To try to tie a tax cut to something that we're implementing this year is not the way you do business. It's not the way you run a town budget.
Ms. Sullivan, I was talking about for next budget session.
That's what I'm talking about too.
If I may speak just briefly on the curbside recycling program. I agree with you, I love recycling. I like reducing even more than recycling. When I was in Fredericksburg, when I left Fredericksburg, the curbside recycling program was still in place, but we had instituted a fee for picking up curbside recycling because there were no markets for those recyclables. The Chinese government, who takes a lot of the recycling from the US, chose to say that our recycling was dirty, which it is. We've gotten lazy. When single stream was instituted, we throw everything in one bucket. We don't wash it out. We don't take, when we were doing plastics and aluminum and we all had those bins, we all kept them clean. That has changed. So when I left Fredericksburg, we had instituted a fee. We were still picking it up at the curb, but we were paying a higher tipping fee for recyclables to go to the landfill than we were for trash. So I will do research and see if those markets have recovered. I do know that cardboard, unless something has changed, does have a market. I think aluminum has somewhat of a market. So there are certain things. Another thing for curbside pickup would be that we would need a dedicated truck for that program. So something that we may want to consider and maybe, I don't know if this would suffice, but might be to coordinate further with the county who provides the service at 700 right now to maybe provide a few more drop-off points, make them, maybe we pay the county a fee or we do something there to have those sites manned for a certain number of hours a day. Maybe we look at it that way instead of curbside, just a thought. Just some thoughts on that.
Just to throw a plug in here for one of the organizations I work with, there is aluminum can recycling here in Colonial Beach. The Colonial Beach Humane Society collects aluminum cans and sells them, and that money goes to the nonprofit.
There you go.
And so, but it is only aluminum cans.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot put regular metal cans in that. But we would love to have your aluminum cans, especially the drink cans are the ones you can be sure they're aluminum. Drop them off at the rescue squad. You'll see where the bags are piled.
And maybe we can do a flyer that we can put on our new toters, and we can leave at every house and say, if you have aluminum cans and you'd like to recycle them, drop them off to the Humane Society at this site. That's a great way for us to partner, I think. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yes, I didn't have a lot of time to go through this, we only had it for a couple days, but was there is this mandated? Or was there, I thought I read somewhere or saw something where it was like there was an opt-out.
I am recommending that it be a mandated program because that way we can budget it. It makes more sense. When we rolled out the program in Fredericksburg, like I said, it took several years. And we lost customers initially because they thought, like we all do, I can get a better deal somewhere else. And they realized they couldn't get a better deal somewhere else. Folks are going to drop out here initially, I would suspect. And they're gonna find out that it's not cheaper somewhere else, that Waste Management, whoever, is quite expensive for this. So I recommend strongly that the program is mandated, but that is a you decision.
And was there any consideration for the seasonal residents, the people that come here for the weekend and they're not here for trash pickup?
We had not considered that, no, sir.
I wouldn't say that you didn't not consider it, because that makes it sound like you didn't think about them at all. When trash truck, Bill Taylor came up and gave the trash load amounts of an off-season and an in-season time, and they were almost equivalent.
True.
So I just want to.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, there's been consideration about that, but the fact is, we're still
It's
picking up
the
that much
same,
trash.
yes.
Yes, and if I could just add to that, it's similar to our other utility services that even though you're not here year round, they still have to operate 24/7.
Correct.
365. So we did consider it in that context.
All right, we're just gonna hold a public hearing the next time. I'm gonna move forward to ordinance 743. No, wait, I'm sorry, 744. Water and sewer hookups. Thank you, Bill and Becky. He put a lot of work into what he wrote down where every single toter is in this town.
He has a, while we're waiting for the presentation to come up, he has this legal pad that he carries in the truck, and it's just full of data. That while the guys are picking up the cans, he notes, okay, and he notes all this on this legal pad. It's amazing.
He really cares about his job.
He does. We all do.
I know. Yes, no, I didn't mean that. That's not what I meant. I
just clarify.
The point of, yes, you all do, we.
Looks
Are
like
we waiting for?
a presentation. Looks like we lost a lot of our audience with that last one.
Get your busy bucket.
Could be.
We're still waiting, trash, water? Mr. Kelly, I will gather you from all the way up here. Or we can have a whole conversation in the back of the room.
Go ahead.
I
can barely hear you.
I need to get louder, closer to the mic. Okay. Yes. We just had some time to kill, so.
There we go.
All right.
All right. So this is a follow-up on the water and sewer tap analysis fees. And again, this slide is nothing new. In 2021, Town Council directed staff to conduct a utility rate study. As part of the study, we analyzed our peers' water and sewer tap fees in addition to other things that you all said you had interest in knowing. Next slide, please. This slide is also a repeat. This just shows that material costs have gone up respectively. As you see there, PVC, steel, and copper have gone up 38%, 48%, and 49% respectively. I understand from several of the contractors in town that those numbers are considerably low at this time. Next slide, please. This is a slide to I know there was a lot of concern over who these fees would impact. So this slide is hopefully to clearly show that if you currently are able to turn your water spigot on and get a glass of water or flush a toilet, this does not affect you. If you are building a new building and requesting new service by needing a new tap to whatever service that is, these fees will impact you. Next slide, please. So what do water and sewer tap fees or connection fees cover? This graphic shows that the materials to connect the residence or building to the main utility line, which is usually in the roadway or at the side of the right of way, it'll connect from that main line to the meter in the terms of the water line. Sewer, obviously, you don't have a meter, but it would connect to the right of way area. And this list of things would be included in that tap fee. Later on in the presentation, you'll see a cost estimate of what an average tap connection for residents would be. Next slide, please. So what is the builder responsible for? The builder would be responsible for connecting at the builder's expense, would be responsible for connecting from the water meter or the main sewer line to the new construction. Okay, next slide, please. What do water and sewer availability fees cover? I know there's there's been a lot of questions and a lot of comments about this availability fee. And I heard Mr. Kelly's comments this evening about this fee. So the availability fee is something that when the town is when someone has a lot in the town, there's no utilities to this lot. They submit a form to us, and what they want to know is there water and sewer availability? Is it feasible for me to bring water and sewer to this lot? If I do have water and sewer available to me, where is that connection? How big is the line? What will the line capacity hold currently? Is what I'm going to build going to be okay on that line, or does the line need to be upsized? What other things are in the way? So there are a lot of things underground. We have stormwater pipes, we have sewer pipes, we have water pipes, we have electrical conduit, we have in some places cable and broadband and so forth. So there's a lot going on underneath the ground. We also have lots that are at some points they're lower than the utilities in the right of way. So at that point, we have to assess whether or not that lot needs to go, the line from that lot to the main needs to go uphill. If that's the case, we need to advise this builder, this homeowner, this developer, that they need to look into pumps. They need to look into engineered drawings. They need to look into some way other than gravity fed to get this material from the home to the main in the terms of sewer. So those are some of the things that go into this water sewer availability. I have several examples. I want to share two with you this evening. Recently, we had a developer come to us with a particularly difficult lot. It was a residential lot. You would think it was just a slam dunk, just yes, you have water, yes, you have sewer. This particular lot had water on one street, sewer on another street. The cobweb of things underground was incredible, to the point of the developer needing to, or thinking he needed to raise the lot so that he could get a gravity feed on the sewer. That doesn't work because we have ordinances that say you can't throw your stormwater onto your neighbors. So that didn't work for him. So we had to ask for engineered drawings. So something as simple as a residential lot that should have taken me one staff to go out, locate the lines and say, yes, you have water and sewer. Took several weeks. It took maybe 3 or 4 staff members several weeks to kind of figure out what was going on this one particular lot. We have also had commercial lots that are a simple slam dunk in the time I've been here. They go out, they find the water and sewer where they are. Yes, you have it. Here's the line. Yes, we have capacity. So that one may take 1 or 2 staff members a couple of hours. So it really varies, but there is often, more often than not, there's a lot of time put into this to make sure that the utilities are correctly located and that the current system can handle the capacity that we're asking of it by this new building. So I hope that helps a little more with what the availability fee is meant to cover. Next slide, please. So what are plan review fees proposed for? Why are we proposing those? When a developer, when a homeowner, lot owner decides they want to build whatever they're going to build, they should submit plans of various types. You see some lists up there: a grading plan, a site plan, a building plan, a utility stormwater plan, etc. When they submit these plans to us, there are various staff that need to review these various plans to make sure that everything on those plans is correct. Currently, we get plans that are very often incomplete, and it takes staff a number of hours, again, to get a hold of the contractor, tell them, write the comments down, get those comments back to the contractor, meet with the contractor about those comments and how they need to fix whatever it is that's not on that plan. Then the contractor needs to resubmit another plan, and then the staff has to re-review that second plan to make sure that everything from the first set of comments has been dealt with in the second set of plans. So it's, again, tedious work sometimes, and sometimes the worst plans are the smallest ones. The Dodson plans that we've had to review recently were incredibly tedious as well. There's a lot of detail to those. I think one of the Dodson plans was almost 100 pages, I think, in a plan set.
It was a solid 50.
A lot of detail to these plan sets. So we have to know what we're looking at. You have trained staff that know what they're looking at, and we have to go back and forth with developers on recommendations for what is in the plan, what's not in the plan, what they need to change in the plan. Does the plan meet with what the water sewer availability assessment came back with? All of those things need to be looked at when we review plans. Currently, we don't charge any fee for this, and it is a drain on staff time sometimes when we have a larger project or a complicated project to do this. Next slide, please. Inspectors' fees. So there has to, when you have a hookup like you see in the picture there are a lot of things that an inspector has to look at. Some of the things that I would look at on this site would be, are the saddles correct? Are the size of the pipes correct? Is the material of the pipe correct? Have the joints been connected correctly with whatever the process was in the plans? Were they done per the plan? Is there any change from what the plan says? If there is a change, why is that change? And then the inspector would have to note that on the plan set so we could do what's called an as-built, so that we then know what's underground at this site. So there's a lot that goes into inspection as well. When the hole is open like this, we need to do one inspection. Now this particular hookup right here doesn't show that the piping has been bedded with stone or whatever is required. Again, that would show up on the plan. What do I need to bed this pipe with? That would be something else that the inspector would check. They would check the material that's bedded in. Is it compacted correctly so that it, once we restore the over, whatever that is, the asphalt, whatever, that this isn't gonna sink, things like that. So there's a lot that goes into an inspection of a particular hookup. So that's why we're proposing an inspector fee. Next slide, please. Again, I just wanted to reiterate that if you currently have water and sewer, if you can currently access water or sewer in your business, in your lot, in your home, in your building, these fees will not affect you. If you are building something new that requires a new tap of either water or sewer, these utility fees will affect you. Next slide. This is the fiscal impact slide that we had last time. Again, I simplified it a bit. I kind of threw out the highs and the lows. And you have just a few areas around us. Fredericksburg is there, Bowling Green, Westmoreland, and Tappahannock. One thing I do want to note on Westmoreland, you'll see it highlighted there. Westmoreland uses contractors in the Placid Bay subdivision, and those contractors charge a minimum of $8,200 for a water hookup. So just a point of comparison there for you. And this, you should also have this as a handout in your books as well. Next slide, please. So this slide shows you an average, and I want to stress that word, average, connection cost for a residential connection that's 18 feet in length. So connections range anywhere from 10 feet to 40 feet, so this is kind of in the middle. And for materials, we're looking at about $28.50. Equipment, which would be all of the excavating equipment and any pipe fitting equipment, anything that you need to make that connection, comes out to about $4,600. Personnel and labor at the hourly rate of $13.49, which is what our current folks, most of them make, is $1,150. And for the total, for that one average residential connection, it's $8,600. So if you look at the recommendations in the slide, an upcoming slide, you'll see that this actual cost of a residential connection is higher than what we're recommending. We're doing that because the connections go from 10 to 40 feet. We need a starting point. This is somewhere in the middle. So we're going with something a bit lower than what this actual cost is. Next slide, please. So what are we proposing? We're proposing these fees. Currently on the left side of the slide, you'll see what we currently charge. So the water connection fees that we currently charge, $2,250. The sewer connection fee we currently charge is $3,750. That's a total of $6,000 for residential hookup. What we're proposing is $4,000 for the water connect. That should say my bad there. It should say water connection fee is $4,000 that we're recommending, and a sewer connection fee of $4,000. That total would be $8,000 for what we're proposing. So we're going up $2,000 in what we'd like to see charged. The commercial rate for water connection fee is $6,068. Sewer connection fee average is around $75.68 for a total of about $13,600. We're recommending water and sewer connection fees, again, of $8,000 and $9,000. So that would be a total of $17,000. The other fee is at the bottom that we're recommending. The availability fee for commercial hookups would be $20,000, which is reduced from what we brought you last time. But I think still well within the realm of what we need to charge for all the work we do for that sort of connection fee at the commercial level. Residential availability fee recommendation is $5,000. The plan review fee is $250. The inspection fees are $125 to $150, depending on complexity and number of times we need to inspect. The utility shutoff fee is something we discussed last time. That would be a seasonal shutoff fee. We get a lot of calls at certain times of the year to come out and shut off water service to homes that do not have a water cutoff valve on their private property. The only way they can cut the water off to their home is at our meter, which personally, that would scare me to death if that was the only way I had to shut water off at my residence. So I would hope that instituting a utility shutoff fee might encourage folks to install a water cutoff fee or a water cutoff valve on their own property. And that would be safer for them. If they go away for the winter and have a water leak, it would be easier for them to have a neighbor go over, shut the water off right away. We may not be able to get to it right away, that sort of thing. So next slide, please. This is just a recommendation in a different format. The top four that you see in the blue is what we currently charge. And then the fees in the black are either increases to what we currently charge or new fees that we're recommending. Next slide, please. And I'm sure there are questions.
Okay. I see questions all over the place.
Mine's just a clarification.
Okay, I'll start on the left then, Dr.
I don't know if I misheard you, I couldn't see your numbers, but can you go back? To the current and proposed slide with the blue and the yellow, yeah. I can't read those numbers, but I thought you said the proposed would total 8,000, and in my copy, it says the proposed would be
It's
8,500. It's
85.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, my bad, I was doing this 20 minutes before the council meeting, changing and adding this, so thank you for the catch.
Mr. Moncur?
I'm a little concerned in reading this that we've got a proposed standard fee for commercial entities where you've got motels, restaurants, service stations, stores, hospitals, industrial buildings. And if we are interested particularly in attracting small business, is there a way of distinguishing the small business versus the big business based on square footage and adjusting the accessibility fee accordingly?
I don't know that we would adjust it by looking at square footage, Mr. Moncur, but I do think, India, would you like to speak to the economic development tool that we would have?
Sure, in 2021, town council adopted new economic development incentives to allow for town council and the town manager to negotiate for any economic development opportunity that we saw fit that aligns with our plans and the goals of the town. So we would have some flexibility in that area, yes.
It just strikes me as a steep hurdle to put in front of a small business.
Yeah, and I think we should use that tool if we're trying to attract in something and it meets our needs, then that would be an opportunity to negotiate with them. All right, I know I saw some hands up over here, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I think we've got bogged down in things this isn't really about. This isn't about just recouping cost. It's about building a war chest for when the next sinkhole shows up on Washington Avenue. Would you be able to estimate how much infrastructure we have that could be potentially need to be replaced, say, in the next 10 years? We have pipes as old as 50 years, right? Or is it even older?
Older than that. We have a lot of pipes that are older than 70 years.
Okay, so $5 million sounds like a lot of money. But the one big hole we're having right now, the central drainage area, is $2.5–3 million.
Correct.
Okay, so I think we need to dispense with the demagoguery around, well, what's the actual cost of it? First of all, we are finally going to, assuming we approve this, we are finally going to have the people who are moving into town and the developers pay for their burden to our infrastructure.
Correct.
It's time for us to quit subsidizing people who are moving in. We want them, we love them, and when we have those situations where we need to negotiate, that tool exists. But right now, I can't see anything but positivity with this. The only thing that's negative about it is we didn't do it a long time ago. Okay, because we have to do this 3 ways: quick, fast, and in a hurry, in my opinion. So that was my question to you. Thank you.
I appreciate your comment. The sinkhole that you all were aware of, I think it was happening the very day of this meeting, the last time we met, was, again, I think I mentioned it at that meeting, but just to reiterate, was because we had old infrastructure in that area. We had concrete pipe meeting with iron pipe, which who does that? You know, we don't do that anymore. So we had things collapsing against things that were collapsing. And it got to the point where the street collapsed because there was nothing under it to hold it anymore. We're going to start running into more and more of those issues as the infrastructure continues to age. The infrastructure on the point, I remember something in Mr. Kelly's comments about $5 million from the state, $6 million from the state. We have what's called an inflow and infiltration issue, I&I issues. That $6 million was earmarked for the infrastructure just on the point, which exceeds 70 years in age. And that $6,000 will address that I&I inflow. What I&I inflow is, for those of you that don't know, when you have a pipe that's 70 years old, chances are it was never sealed correctly, it was never glued together. There are holes in it, there are cracks in it, whatever the deal is. You have things that are hooked to it that shouldn't be hooked to it. You have things getting into it through these improper connections or old connections. You have stormwater getting into it. You have stormwater getting into sewer pipes. That's water that then goes to your sewer treatment plant, and we have to treat. So those costs rise because we're treating water that we really shouldn't be treating, that we should be looking at excluding from our closed sewer system. So that $6 million from the state is to address these I&I concerns just on the point. So there's a number for you, $6 million just to address I&I, infiltration and inflow problems on the point, on sewer pipes only. So the cost of infrastructure repair is only going to go up, and it's expensive. It's underground. Some of our pipes are 10 or 12 feet in the ground. That's a lot of excavation. That's a lot of stabilization. When you're asking guys to get down into a hole that's 12 feet deep, you have to bring in trench boxes to protect them. I mean, there are all kinds of things that go into this kind of a project.
Okay, I have a couple, go ahead, Mr. Williams, you go.
Yeah, just a couple things. I'm just curious as to why you chose the 8,600 if you're saying that's below average. I mean, cost of things are only gonna go up.
Well, that's an average connection cost for residential. What we're recommending is a little less than that because we are gonna have connections that are not gonna cost that. We do have connections that are gonna cost more. You have to find that number that makes people happy. You all balked pretty stiffly at the numbers we brought back the last time, so we've just reduced them to hopefully.
Availability fee help?
I'm sorry?
Does the availability fee help? Does that kind of offset a little bit of the?
It could, but the availability fee hopefully is going to be that war chest, as Mr. Wood referred, to help us be able to plan future CIP projects instead of instead of reactionary management, hopefully we're gonna be able to proactively manage these CIP projects. So it could, but hopefully it will go for the management of CIPs.
Okay, and to kind of piggy off Mr. Monkier's concerns about businesses, I'm just curious why we do a flat fee for businesses, because I can see where we can average things out for residential, even though your example was compelling as far as complexity goes. But, you know, you can't really compare a small coffee shop with a Dotson development that's, you know, multi-units, thousands of square feet. So I don't understand why, and I know this is common among localities, but why do we average versus actual cost or square footage or however you might?
Sure.
Otherwise.
I'm just gonna make one comment and then I'm gonna let Chris comment. The ability for Colonial Beach to be able to bill on that level of complexity, we don't have that staffing capacity to bill at that complexity for various sizes. And as India mentioned, we do have this tool available that if we did have a small coffee shop come in and want to set up shop, they would be able to negotiate with the mayor, with you all, with India, to come to a fee that would work for them and they could tap in. Chris?
So on the commercial tap fee, the commercial tap fee for the town of Colonial Beach will only be up to a 2-inch meter. That is all the capability we actually physically have to install. Dotson, as an example, they are actually going to make their own tap into our water main under our supervision. So our commercial fee is only up to a 2-inch meter because we do not have the equipment to go any larger than that. It would have to be contracted out. And most of the commercial builders like Dotson who are doing that are making those taps themselves through their own contractors.
Okay, thank you, that definitely helps.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have a question? No, it's okay. Mine were, I think, some of them got answered already from that. I do want to suggest a 6-month phasing of this. There's a lot of projects currently under contract with people that have not expected or anticipated this in their construction budget. So I just want to throw out a start date of September 1 so that everybody knows anything you're signing on now, you know, you're gonna be expected, this is gonna be the new fee. I think it's a little bit of a big jump to slap this on tomorrow, right? So
May I
Just
ask
what it
when
is.
these fees are collected? When are these fees collected? At what point in the process are these fees collected? When you get a building permit or when you actually do the work or?
We're currently working on, we're working with planning and we've had several meetings with planning on the development process. We're working on the schedules and the fees and checklists and so forth, which I think is great. I'm excited that we're doing that. So the fees would be collected at various times.
But right now, when are they collected?
The tap fees, I'm gonna yield to you.
some
That's
contractors,
an add-on.
Karen,
That would
some
be an add-on
contractors
question.
pay it up front, right in the beginning. Here's a tap fee for this connection, and I'm gonna tap into it within the next,
You
yeah,
have to pay for it. It's paid for upfront.
In
Yeah.
advance, Chris is telling me in advance.
yeah.
My bad, again, I don't get to that level of weeds, with the fees, but Chris
So
says in
then
advance.
anybody that had already paid that tap fee, it wouldn't go up on. They've
No,
already got a deal.
no, correct.
So does,
Yeah, I'm just saying contractors are scheduled out for their spring and summer route now. They've signed contracts with people with price estimates that haven't included this. I'm just trying to say, I'm not saying I'm against, I think it's a good thing and I think we need to do it. I think it needs to roll out, but I think there should be some kind of delay time, buffer time for them to incorporate that into their process.
Yeah, we don't want to break a contract with anybody, obviously, you know, so that makes perfect sense.
Well, I don't think it's the necessity to break a contract. It's if a builder has a contract currently, right? And now they're assessing up to $20,000 that's gonna come out of their pocket now, right? Because they haven't paid the tap fee. So we give them the leniency of a 6-month thing saying, this is what the fee is gonna be then. Make sure you pay today for your tap fee tomorrow, right? So that way they're not incurring this. And then when they go to contract for future things, this is built into their numbers. So they're not, basically losing $20,000 on the back end.
The main point I bring this up is because when COVID supply chain hit crazy and lumber went up twofold, those contractors had construction contracts and some of them didn't have clauses that if the supply material goes up 200%, and then anyway, just in the construction world, that was a big problem for a lot of people. And so I'm just trying to anticipate and make sure that we give them enough time to prepare in their in their future clients. And I'd say that also because that's feedback I had from contractors when they called me about this. Because I've had a couple people call me and say, "You're doing what?" And but they do understand it. I actually haven't had it's been okay. I understand why this needs to happen. This is a good thing. The town needs to do it. But let me prepare also with it. The other point I want to say is I think this really incentivizes existing connections. We have a lot of existing connections that need rehabilitation. Buildings that are connected to our infrastructure, they don't pay new connection fees. Like that slide up with the no and the yes, right? So, and I just say that I'd like to see investment into redeveloping, rehabbing, and in our existing connections, our existing building and housing stock. And this will put some value, immediate value into all of our existing housing and building stock, including the commercial aspect.
Just 2 comments to your comments. The existing connections, if there is a failure on the private side of that existing connection, the homeowner or the builder is responsible for that fix. So just 1 comment. So as far as, I think you said.
I'm not talking about that.
Right, there would be no connection fee, no new connection fee, but they would be, just a clarification, they would be responsible for that fix. But they would not have to pay a new tap fee to the town. Yes. The second thing would be, I understand what you're saying about a phase-in fee. My concern would be for the plan review fees and perhaps the inspection fees. I don't want my staff to be inundated with plans in the next 6 months because they know they're not gonna have to pay a fee in the next 6 months for plan review. I would ask that you reconsider the plans that are not water and sewer tap or availability fees be instituted sooner than the 6 months.
Okay, so the fees first and the connections. I was really referring to the connection fee, not the fee, not the plan. Okay. I wanted Mr. Allison to go because he has been waiting to speak.
So a couple questions. The inspection fee, is that the inspection of the builder's connection to the pipe, or are we paying for a connection, are they paying for a connection to validate that the public works did what they were supposed to do?
They are paying for the inspection, this portion. Now, I don't know what planning is working on. They're working on fee schedules as well, so I don't want to step on Dawn's toes, but this presentation in particular addresses the inspections of the public portion of that connection, the right-of-way to the main.
So the builder has to pay to make sure that public works did their job correctly?
No.
No, that's for where we put the infrastructure from the main to the right of way. That is ours. From the right of way to the home is the builder's responsibility. That inspection fee would be for public works to go out and inspect the connection to our infrastructure.
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm reading this right. The utility shut-off fee, are we gonna charge a reconnection fee?
We had decided not to, but I'm not opposed to that if you think it's appropriate.
No, I don't think it is. I just
Okay.
want
No,
to
we
make
had-
sure that we're not gonna then
No.
charge them to reconnect
We
if
had
it's
not,
$150 to disconnect.
we had not talked about that, no.
Let's see what's that. Has anyone put in an application, or this goes to the availability fees? Have we ever had someone put an application that didn't put a water connection or sewer connection? The reason is, why a separate fee? Why not just include that into the water connection fees altogether?
We have realtors call all the time about vacant lots in the town, and they want to know if there's water and sewer. They'll fill out the availability form, we'll do all the work, and then nothing else happens. So,
Just,
So if
That
a
was-
lot
Good question.
owner paid the availability fee, they would know then that answer, and that would already be prepaid for whoever bought the property from them, that availability would be done.
correct.
Okay, I like that.
that's all I
I'm
have.
sorry.
Yep, that's all I have at the moment.
Okay, all right, I'm going to Karen because she was next, and then I'll look back on this direction.
Having been in the real estate business and worked a lot of new construction for 15 years, I have a little concern about a blanket 6-month grace period.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how we would work it, but, you know, anything that's under contract now, or maybe anything that comes under contract in the next 30 days,
Okay.
but give plenty of notice so that they're not out there writing contracts without this information. But to just say blanket, you know, if you're already under contract, yeah, you don't have to worry about it. And if you write a contract within the next 30 days, you know, get those things to contract. But after that, you need to include this in your cost when you write a contract.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm just saying, whatever addresses that issue. Okay,
So, I'm sorry.
so if you're saying like contract signed in the by, let's say, April 1.
We would implement this starting.
All right, we haven't worked out what language that says in here yet. Yes, Mr. Wood or? Okay, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, this is for Diane, I guess. I know, I think this came up in prior meetings, maybe you already answered, but if, say, for example, somebody's building a number of townhouses, a number of condos, is it a tap fee per condo? Or do they fall under the business?
So that's an interesting question. Let's look at the townhouses next to Town Hall. That would be it was submitted as one project by Dodson. So, we would look at the availability fee for something like that potentially, and don't quote me on this, don't put me on Facebook saying this, you know, this is the way it is and there's no change. But, theoretically, that could be looked at as one availability fee charge, and then it would be, individual connection fees for each unit. We strongly recommend that the units have their own meter, because if let's say right now that building is all rentals, it's not, but let's just say it's all rentals, and the owner would say, well, we don't intend to sell it. You don't know what's gonna happen. That owner may die, things change. So we need to look in the future, we need to look to the future and say, okay, one availability fee, you did this as one project, but the individual connection fees to the homes, to the units, need to be charged individually. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is that your?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because I've had people ask that. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, yes, Mr. Wood.
You were pondering.
I was pondering like,
Yeah. I wanted to ask Dr. Sullivan, was your concern that the September 1 is giving the residential real estate folks too long? Was that your concern there?
My concern is that builders would take advantage of this.
Okay.
Even though they hadn't sold anything yet, they're well aware of what the new fee cost is.
Correct.
So if they have something under contract, or they can get something under contract in the next 30 days or so, whatever we decide on the details, then they would be exempt from the new fees.
So is it a situation where, Madam Mayor, as opposed to September 1st, maybe we dial that back 90 days? So that, I guess what I'm asking is, I would like to see us, if at all possible, get to some movement on this. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something the town desperately needs. And so whatever
May
negotiations.
The problem with the flat date is you may have projects out there that are under contract, they're not gonna start for 6 months. That's why I said the contract date. That's when they set the price. That's when they know what they're gonna build it for.
So would you?
But you could be under contract and there would be a backlog. I couldn't get this house started for 6 months. That's why a date deadline.
They pay these fees now for projects that they're going forward with.
They pay the $6,000 connection fee.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't understand what the issue is.
So if we give them 6 months, they'll run in here and pay all those connection fees when they're not intending to start building for a year.
Correct. It would be the same issue that I raised about the plan sets. So they're gonna inundate us with plans that they may not even intend to go through with, because they know there's gonna be a plan inspection fee and so forth.
So how do we
Same
solve
sort
our
of
problem of making sure that we don't get hosed, okay? But also the people who are ready to go under contract. where
I
they-
think if you have a current existing building permit, you fall under the old structure, and if you get a building permit in the next, by May 1, 60 days, or whatever you wanna say, then you fall under the old structure, and after that, we phased it out. If the building permit, you're not gonna go get a building permit, because building permits time out. You can't get a building permit unless that starts a time clock. So you're not gonna have 40 people come in and pay this lower thing and get a building permit without plans, without having an actual contract, without.
That's why I said make it set on the contract date.
No, on the building permit, I think it's more feasible than the contract date. Well, whose contract? Contract with us? Contract
No,
with
the contract between the builder and the buyer, where he set a price, because this is what we're concerned about. They're gonna have negotiated a price to build this house, and then their cost is gonna go up 20 grand. That's what we're concerned about. So if you set a date based on the contract, I don't know if a builder contracts to build on this infill lot, but I can't get here, he can set a price to build, but he's not gonna go get that building permit until he's closer to the time to break ground.
I guess what I'm referring to is people who are gonna break ground in the next 6 months. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about somebody who quoted somebody a price today and doesn't build something for 3 years from now. So that's why contingent on a building permit.
That sounds like.
So I'm
good
just,
solution.
what I was saying is that if you set a drop dead date of 6 months, then builders that are writing contracts 5 months from now are gonna get a 20 grand break or however much it is, even though they knew that that's the new cost.
But that's why the mayor moved it up.
I'm talking about the building permit. I'm talking on the issuance of the building permit. We don't have any control over what a contractor writes between them and their client. Mr. Montero, I wanna make sure he's.
What I'm unaware of is the timeline that you have on these items. Obviously, we're looking to advise potential builders that as of a certain date, this is going to be the fee. The question is, what are the markers on that? You have a contract, you have a negotiation, you agree to build something, building permit, and I don't know, when you actually physically go out and inspect these things. So I mean, there is a timeline associated with, if you will, the military term, flash to bang, when you have a contract and then get the thing done. So I think what we need to, you like flash to bang, okay. Nuclear war, okay. But I'd like to have some idea of the timeline on this in terms of practical contracting and construction, to know when to implement this. I think you're right, an arbitrary timeline, an arbitrary date is arbitrary. I think we need to have better understanding of how this works.
Well, and the contractors that had the issue, I said, well, what about a 3-month lead time? And, they were concerned that they have contracts that are now for this spring and it wouldn't start until, June. So they were
That's
thinking
why I
3
said
months was too
contract
fast.
It would tie it to their contract date, their negotiated.
I don't care how we call it, I just want to choose some
Yeah,
sort
whether
of.
we make it perfect, we gotta be good at this point.
Yeah, agreed.
So a date certain, I think is important.
I think maybe
Pick whatever date certain we have, but let's get this passed to certain because we've
Yeah.
waited too long.
May I propose that our finance department, planning and public works come back with some proposed dates at our next meeting? Please, area.
Good. And language on how to incorporate that. Thank you. All right. Next. Central drainage area, the bid award authorization.
Madam Mayor, Town Council, and Madam Jacobs, Town Manager, I provided you yesterday with the memo, as well as, the awarding contract authorization. As you know, we've worked through this procurement process over the last several months. Dewberry has worked to draft an agreement, and at this point, we are, requesting, council authorization to allow me to award the bid for the Central Drainage Area project and enter into agreement with the selected bidder, Sagres Construction.
Okay. Is there a consent to award to the bidder?
I make the motion to authorize the town manager.
All right, is there any further discussion? I think we've all been briefed on this at this point. We're awarding to the bidder for the central drainage project.
Awarding to the bidder for the central drainage project.
Did you read your email, Mr. Munker? Yeah, okay, yes. We have are there more questions about it?
Oh, just one question.
Sure.
What was the final dollar amount?
2.4, I thought.
Yes. 2.4, $2,487,885.
And we don't, I guess we won't have a deadline, a timeline to start until after they've been awarded.
Correct.
Time, okay.
We will get that to you as expeditiously as possible.
I think if we consent to awarding it, then we get to call them and tell them they got it, right? Which hasn't happened yet. Okay. All right, so let's call these guys, right? Can we call them on speakerphone right now? Is it too late at night, 9 o'clock, to let you know you got a $2.4 million contract? All right, is there any further discussion? I don't mean to make light of it, I'm very excited though about the project happening. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great.
And I could take just a second to thank finance, specifically Nisha Thompson, as well as Diane and Chris and JC, who have all helped from a procurement perspective, along with our attorney through this long, arduous process.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, we ready? And yes, a timeline, well, everybody's interested in a timeline. As soon as we know something, we'll let you all know something. Okay, next up is our public hearing. Ms. Gunderson, you're up. All right, first I am going to open the public hearing. Well, you wanna read us into it or no? We do public hearing. JC, you read us in?
Before or after the hearing, whenever you'd like.
Let's do it before, that way if somebody wants to speak, they know what they're talking about.
Sounds good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. I'm here tonight to discuss with you a potential sale of town-owned property adjacent to 912 Bryan Avenue. We received an offer, a written offer on January 18th, and staff has researched the parcel and gotten a little bit more information. It was appraised at
$5,120, the offer is for $5,000. Council had previously indicated that, no offer should be accepted, below the appraisal value. However, the appraised value is just of the parcel itself and doesn't actually take into account if the town will be retaining an easement, which may impact the value. And because it's so close to the appraised value, I'd say that's not an issue in this circumstance. After investigating the property with Public Works, me and Mr. Rucker did a site visit. It would be in the town's advantage to maintain a 10-foot easement beyond the road easement that exists in case any future infrastructure needed to be installed there. What was it? Or repaired in the area. And again, so the fiscal impact the tangible ones will include the sale price of $5,000. Intangible impact long-term will be reduced man hours associated with routine maintenance, which would be mowing and tree maintenance. And then, of course, it reduces the risk associated with potential tree damage to adjoining properties. And there were some pretty sizable trees on this particular parcel. So those are both the tangible and intangible fiscal impacts. And yep, that's all I have to read.
Okay, so I will open the public hearing at 8:52 PM. If there's anybody who'd like to speak at the public hearing, now's your chance.
Nobody signed up.
Oh, careful. Take your time.
Being a person who lives on Bryant Avenue, like 2 houses down, this is news to me. Has this been in the works? I live at 946 Bryant Avenue. This is the first time I saw that they're selling, I don't know what property it is.
Okay, let me better explain it though. Thank you. Is there any? Yeah. You go to the picture. So this is not a good graphic for it because it does not have it on there. There is a man who owns a very lovely house on the corner here of Gibbon. And he has very nice landscaping. And then there is Ms. Gunderson, who is in our audience, who is also has very, it's just a tiny little triangle behind there.
That's all I need to know. This is just a
All right, there we go. Yep. Okay, all right. I'm close to public hearing if I don't hear anything else going on.
And just to clarify, that street name is not visible as Garfield Avenue, so it's the intersection, it's at the little corner at the intersection of Garfield and Gibbon.
It's a lovely little spot, Garfield and Gibbon. All right, I close the public hearing at 8:54. And we have discussed this before. Of course, property negotiations happen in closed session often, but now we're in open session. Are we ready to vote? Yes.
No.
No.
JC, that property, that corner, it looks like it abuts 3 different properties. Were they notified and given an opportunity to buy the part behind them, or how did this happen?
I believe how it initially began was the town was approached by 2 potential buyers, which were Mr. Duff and Ms. Gunderson are both here, which I think because neither of them is opposed would show at least their consent. But so basically the way that the town approached it was rather than do separate transactions where we sell to different property owners that have different public hearings and all that kind of thing, it'd be easier to sell in one process and allow them to subdivide however they'd like, just to keep it cleaner and make it one transaction.
But all 3 of those property owners that triangle abuts were notified. Lots 1, 2, and 3.
Ms. Gunderson, would you mind speaking on this?
He has been told that number 3 has been offered up. He has not gotten back to me. Jim and I have been in compliance with everything. I'm not gonna go there with what he is already on that property. Maybe, it is not in compliance with things as it is. So we gotta either leave it like that or there's pavers on town property there. So, y'all better hope that I get it and get it straight, and we'll figure that out.
Well, I'm just looking for
I mean,
fairness.
taken out-
Did the town notify the property owners that we were gonna sell?
We don't have to do that.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I think I can put this to rest. It doesn't abut that one. The line that the surveyor drew for what is going to be happening is just the two. It's the
The extension.
1 and 2, and then the extension doesn't show there, but it's my understanding who did that? That's Matt. When I reviewed that, that was my understanding. Is that correct, JC? So it doesn't, the property won't be that's abutting 3, just 1 and 2.
Okay. And I also believe there's some very large trees on that are taking up a lot of rainwater. I just noticed that a town property on Colonial Avenue that was bought and renovated, 4 huge trees were taken down. And I'm just concerned about the loss of canopy and the loss of root systems that's taking up the water. And do we have any control over, I mean, I know you're supposed to get a permit but some people apparently don't get a permit to take down big trees. That's the one thing that concerns me, not just about this piece, but other issues in town.
Well,
Can I speak on that as far as those?
I think I'll let Ms. Gunderson speak on that since
I
she's the
think
one.
that Jim and I have really, we struggled with the trees that are on there. And those trees are huge trees. You can look at Jim's yard and you can look what I plant. We're not interested in those trees are out of control and the town was gonna be responsible for them. So I'm not taking down big trees and I know Mr. Duff's not taking down any trees. And so, I wanna address that and, we might trim those trees because there's some dead branch. I think, Chris has been there and some of the guys have been there that need to be trimmed. But we're not into taking trees out of that backyard. So that's not what our intention is to do by doing that. Hadn't been any, to be perfectly honest, I can drive, my driveway, I can come all the way through my driveway. And that's pretty simple. I didn't want to have to be driving on town property. I've driven on it for 20 years. I've owned that house for that long. And this has been sort of ongoing forever and ever. So now here's money and I'm giving y'all money, we're giving you money, and we're gonna take care of it. Jim's made it beautiful already, and I hope to do the same. So you can rest us. I'm all about the trees and that sort of thing too.
Jim, I didn't know that was you sitting there when I said all those nice things about your yard.
Good thing you did say.
Good thing I said nice stuff. I'm ready for a motion if you're ready for a motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
All right, the staff recommendation is on. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there further comment on that? All right, I'll call for a roll call vote.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Congratulations.
Oh,
Aye. There you go. All right. And India went to the bathroom, so we're gonna let's take our 10-minute now, 5-minute now, and everybody.
10 minutes now.
10-minute nap. Let's take a recess now, and then next up is everybody good? Okay, Mr. Armando for his health concerns. Hi, Mr. Kelly. Thank you for coming. All right, we're gonna reconvene at 9:10 PM and pick up where we left off, which is the on-call engineering and GIS service discussion. Ms. India Administrator?
We'll be brief in the interest of time. Both myself and the Director of Public Works have been investigating options for additional contracted services for on-call engineering, as we have a number of projects that are gonna require some additional engineering in the future. Also, many of you know our GIS analyst departed our organization in January, and while we have been actively recruiting, it has been difficult to fill this position at this point. So I've been working with Sands Anderson to look at a contract that we've received from a third-party contractor who can provide GIS services as a stopgap solution until we hire someone permanently. So at this point, Ms. Fire will continue to look in terms of on-call engineering. But at this point, given where we are in terms of recruitment with GIS and the projects that we have moving forward, such as the drainage area, I'd like to request that council allow me to entertain and engage in that agreement with AWC contractors to provide those GIS services.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
all right, is there further discussion on this? All right, yes, Mr. Allison?
What is the cost analysis for having a GIS analyst third party?
So the rate for the majority of the work they have, much like our Sands Anderson contract, they have different rates for different folks. The primary person that will be their GIS director, who will be doing most of the GIS work, is at about $100 an hour. Which is very similar to the on-call services that we saw, I think from the other agreement as well, if you want to touch on the research that you've done on the Research International.
So I've been in touch with the administration in Westmoreland County. They currently have an on-call engineering contract with a firm called Resource International. I have gotten an agreement from the county administrator that he will allow us, his policy allows other towns and localities to piggyback on his contracts. He has given us in writing that he is okay with us piggybacking on this particular engineering on-call contract. The town attorney has that contract, and he also has an agreement that was done by Resource International that outlines the scope of work, the fee schedule, et cetera.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
Is this request for any additional funds from council, or is this using the current funds in the budget for that position?
Correct, that position has been vacant at this point, so we'll be managing that based on those salary savings.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Okay, take a roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Wood, I started that.
What is the recommendation that we go with?
It is to allow the town manager to enter a contract with GIS services within the current budget constraints.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. All right, playground surface alternative replacement. Sally, Ms. Adams. Sorry, sometimes I get a little informal, I don't mean it, it's just a small town and we do all become kind of like family.
No offense taken. I'm Sally Adams. I am acting Parks, Recreation, and Events Director. And thanks to the great research, Mr. Rucky and Ms. Beyer, we have a report on the playground alternatives, playground surface alternatives. You did have a report or an agenda item on this, and I can't remember what you call it, a memo on this from last week, but the information has changed, and it changed today, midday, And it was with new information, so we changed our recommendation based on the new information. And I'll get into that, but I'll make it quick because I know you all are ready to go to the closed session. Playground service alternatives in the playgrounds, Torrey Smith, Washington Avenue, and Castlewood. Next slide. We have 4 alternatives that we've looked at. They are engineered wood fiber, also known as EWF, which is loose, Corkine, which is a pour-in-place cork product. There's only one maker of it. I think, is that right? Okay. And we'll say more about that in a minute. Playground mulch, which is loose, is what we already have, or some of it, and pour-in-place rubber. Next slide. The engineered wood fiber also goes by the name EWF, so I may refer to it as that, but that's what I'm talking about. The pros of I'll start with the cost, is $1.15 per square foot, which is the lowest cost of any of the options. This is why we're leaning in toward engineered wood fiber. For the total amount of all of the park spaces that we're looking at is 10,300 square feet. The pros of an engineered wood fiber are the cost, obviously. It's non-toxic and there's no bark on this. There are fewer splinters. It's a softer material than, say, the traditional bark wood fiber. The cons are that it has minimal accessibility unless you use mats. Requires refilling and maintenance, and there's an annual replacement or at least a top-up that you have to do, and we're talking about 12 inches deep. Next slide. There's also the Corkine, which is what we were really considering, even though it was very expensive, because at the time we were looking at the numbers, it looked long-lasting, but the new information we got today led us to believe that we really don't know how long it lasts, which means maybe wait and see on Corkine, that it could be the thing we use in the future because it has all of these benefits and not nearly as many of the drawbacks of the other surfaces that we're looking at. But it's a pour-in-place cork product. It's made by one company. It's sustainable, it's heat resistant, it's accessible, and it's pretty. The cons are, of course, the cost. And I put an exclamation point on that because while Corkine and the poured rubber surface have the same cost per square foot, which is $25 a square foot. The Corkine, we found out today around lunchtime, has a $15,000 installation fee. So it did put it just out of our budget. It doesn't mean that Corkine won't come down in price once there's some competition and like that, or that we won't look toward that as a future possibility if we find that it has long life. But we don't know, and that it's so new, there's not enough study of that. Next slide. Okay, the last one I have on here is playground mulch, which is what we're currently using. It's a loose mulch. It's actually more expensive than the EWF. It's $1.34 per square foot. It's has pros, but of course the cost, like the EWF, it's non-toxic and it's easy replacement. This is the stuff that you had on your playground in the 1990s. It's been around forever. Most people use it because year after year it's just easier to replace it. It's not necessarily the filler of the future because it's not accessible and it requires mats for accessibility. I shouldn't say it's not accessible, it just requires extra for that. The cons are I put splinters on playground mulch because of the bark, that's an issue, and accessibility, and it has a mold issue that the EWF could also have, but it's less of a problem with the EWF. And so because of that, you have the mold that spreads to other places, and it has an annual replacement. I don't see that it's going to be such a difficult decision because the thing we're asking to refill with is actually cheaper, even though we think it's probably better. And I'm going to let Mr. Rutte answer questions about that later if you have any. Slide. Okay, the pour-in-place rubber is the one that we're leaning away from. The pros, it's $25 per square foot, first of all, which is the same as the Corkine. However, it doesn't have the high installation cost. It's still very expensive to put in. The pros are that it has a permeable surface. It's fully accessible. It has a 7-year warranty, but that has a catch. I'll tell you about that in a minute. The cons are the cost, the heat retention and surface hardening, and that's why the 7-year warranty is at issue. It might last that long, but the heat in the summertime can cause the poured rubber surface to harden over time so that you actually don't have a soft surface on the playground, which is no good. And many of you have experienced that surface, so you know what I'm talking about. And it has potential for toxicity and it's a high carbon emitter, so it's not sustainable.
It's also very flammable.
And it's flammable. Sorry, I didn't include that, I didn't have it.
It's on it.
And it's on it, and it hates your mom. Okay, so.
All right.
I'm sorry.
It's late, but it's not that late.
I didn't mean for it to be in the record. Thank you. The last slide is our recommendation, that is to remove all playground mulch from the Washington Avenue, Torrey Smith, and Castlewood parks and replace with a similarly priced, softer, higher quality mulch known as EWF. We also recommend keeping apprised of Corkine as a possible future investment. And that's it. I'm gonna actually defer questions to Mr. Ruckty because he's got answers.
All right, we've got some questions and Chris is getting on a mic here. Mr. Williams.
Well, first off, I want to say, Chris, you can push the easy button on getting rid of the old mulch, because I didn't see a stitch of it in there, but.
Well, it's not that easy, but.
But my question, serious question is, did we talk about landscape fabric, is that figured in here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna put that down, no matter what we use. And also, did you guys, price the rubber mulch? I know you talked about the pouring rubber, but what about the rubber mulch? It looks like chunks of real mulch.
That's not a very good option. They could be thrown out of the playground. It's not very environmentally friendly. It's not a good option. They could eat it. It's just not a good option.
And is the price quoted here, is that for you all to install?
That is for us to install, yes, sir.
Okay, did you guys calculate how much labor, just curious?
Right around $11,000.
How much?
Right around $11,000 in labor amount. It'll take a month to do because the easy button you said to remove it is not easy.
Yeah,
It has to be
pretty much
it has to
over
be
there,
dug out
Yeah.
and the.
Probably by hand. In some of it.
Some of it, that's why there's a rental cost in there for 2 small Bobcats that we can actually take into the playground and try to do as much of it with that as possible, because our current equipment will not fit inside the playgrounds.
And is that included in here?
It's included in the $14,354, yes, sir.
Okay, great, all right, that's all I had, thank you.
Okay, so the 14 number, which isn't what we have in our package, but that's because you wanna do all 3 in the same thing. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been trying to actually do this for 8 years. Indy is the first town manager I've had that's actually brought counsel for me. Because it needs to be done. Torrey Smith is a newer park, so it is a top off. It is much less work. So we will do the 2 larger parks first, and then with the remaining engineered fiber, we'll top off Torrey Smith Park.
All right, sounds like a no-brainer to me. I don't know, is there any other? Yes, Mr. Allison.
Are we entertaining this, to do this prior to our master plan?
To maintain the current existing ones, yes.
What if the master plan says we should get rid of the equipment because it's old and we're now replacing thousands of dollars worth of mulch they determined we don't need the playground there anymore?
As it stands right now, the parks do not meet the minimum standard of 12 inches of mulch currently for fall protection. So if we wait 6 months to a year, you have unsafe parks at the top.
We're supposed to get a master plan next month. I'm not saying wait a year, I'm just saying wait till we get the master plan that says we are gonna keep that park there.
Yeah, I would say back to Chris's point, that I would say this is something that we need to move on now. I don't necessarily anticipate our Parks Master Plan to come back and say that we don't need additional surface at the parks that we already have. And in the event that they were going to recommend any decommissioning of parks, I would not think that would be something that we would be doing within a year.
And a comment about the EWF, it's loose, it's able to be recollected if we need to do that, and we can use it elsewhere. If that happens, it wouldn't be that we were throwing it away, or we could use it elsewhere.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
One question, do we have annual cost in here anywhere? top off, maintenance?
Not at this time.
That is something that will be built into future budgets. And obviously the operating, and the maintenance line items for operating.
Where's the money coming from to do this year?
This money will be, as we're proposing from the fiscal impact, is to be pulled from the Eleanor Park funds that we receive from the state. As we do have to report where those funds are spent, and because we are putting this back in the park, we believe this will be something that VLCF is favorable for.
Yeah, Dr. Sullivan, that in the fiscal impact, it actually mentions where that money is coming from, so it's in both documents, the one that you got last week and the updated one.
Just like to hear it stated for the public.
Mr. Allison.
Another question I have is, of course, me and Bobby have walked these parks multiple times through that. A lot of the bumpers around the area are damaged and aren't 12 inches high. A lot of them are only 8 inches high. How are we going to compensate for the 12 inches without replacing those?
So that'll actually be on the excavation side of the bumper inside the park. Torrey Smith, if I remember correctly, is close to 12 inches.
It is.
The one at Washington Park they're just borders. They had excavated inside the border, put their fabric down, and then filled their 12 inches to the top.
Okay.
So we'll have to do the exact same thing.
Yes,
Are we
Mr.
talking about voting tonight? Or is this for the next?
That's gonna be up to council.
Is staff asking us to move on this? And if so,
Yes, we would like direction to move on this as quickly as possible so staff can have the opportunity to do this before spring gets here.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Which parks are visited the most? Just out of curiosity.
well, when my granddaughter goes to town, we don't bar hop, we park hop. And in my observations, they are all three always have kids on them on weekends.
I use all three.
I will say this, but I did bring this up not too long ago. Mr. Mickle, I think his name was, from the Parks Master Plan Study, he said that the parks make him cringe and he's afraid. So I definitely think that this is something that needs to, if we got a licensed certified park inspector telling us that, I think we really do need to make this a top priority. That's mine.
Cringing fear, does that mean you'd like to make a motion to vote on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, right, there we go. Is there a second to that? There's a second. All right, is there further discussion? Mr. Allison, did you want to? No, you're just getting ready to vote.
Which version of this are we is the
The-
$1.50 the cheapest one?
The cheapest one.
Okay.
Staff's recommendation.
Just making sure that I'm,
Nope, that's a good point. The
You
staff recommendation.
You have a paper copy of the latest update, and that's $1.15 per square foot.
I know, like she said, I just want the public to hear it.
I think you're absolutely right.
Good point. The staff recommendation at the $1.15. All right, I have a first and a second. If I don't see any more discussion, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Mr. Wood? Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Okay. Dr.
Aye.
Sullivan? Mr. Allison?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Let's get it done for the spring. And thank you, Chris, for being relentless about it for quite so long.
You're welcome.
You have brought it up to me before also. All right, next is closed meeting. All right, I'm gonna make the motion and I'm gonna read a whole bunch of pursuants in this, unless Seven is gonna read it.
Is this,
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
is this
because
the
then we're
one
gonna get it over with. Huh?
that she texted you that I?
I'm talking about all of them.
All four, there should be
We're
four
doing them all.
now, right?
We're gonna make a motion to go into closed
Oh,
session
right.
addressing,
But you have the fourth one,
I have them, yes.
the one she texted.
Well, Mr. Allison has the other two. Can I have that? I'm sorry, Mr. Allison.
Whatever you prefer.
Do you have them all in front of you?
I did.
All right,
I do.
I'm, yes?
Yeah,
Okay, can you do all of them?
all of them, then vote.
All right, I'm gonna move that town council of the town of Colonial Beach convene a closed meeting for the following purposes to discuss the following subjects, all of which are exempt by Virginia law for public meeting requirements as indicated, namely.
Pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A1, discussion of the performance of duties and consideration of the disciplining of specific appointees of the town council, including planning commission members. Next, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A,
Mr. Allison has it open.
A3 and 8, discussion of the disposition of publicly held real estate located in Westmoreland County and referred to in the tax records as a former dump, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiating strategy of the town council, and consultation with legal counsel regarding the specific legal matters related thereto. Next, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A7, consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual litigation where consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the town's litigating posture regarding Town of Colonial Beach v. Camp, Westmoreland County Circuit Court Case Number CL 2020-164. And the add-on is pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A5, 6, and 8 respectively, for discussion concerning a prospective business where no previous announcement has been made of the business's interest in locating its facilities in the community, discussion of the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved, and consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters related thereto.
All right, so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's do it.
I didn't know.